they are living normal lives. Now, this is the good part. 552 have been categorized as mild. So no one is actually using any, ICU beds right now or on ventilators and all that extreme stuff that we see across the globe. Only 2 people have moderate to severe cases. So we're really in a good place, and 8 people have unfortunately passed away, but we know that most of them had pre-existing health conditions. So the most important thing is to catch it early. If you're able to catch it early, you can manage it well. So when you find out that you're positive, there's no need to panic, there's no need to run. If you know someone in your neighborhood who's positive, this isn't the time to stigmatize them. This is the time to embrace the person, not literally, but emotionally embrace them and let them know that it's fine. If you need to step out and do groceries for them, help them out, right? Because if we say, like the education minister said, if you move, the virus moves, most people wouldn't want to go out. So if they have us helping them, it's easier for them to adapt to this new reality. So we're going to be just fine. I mean, we're almost at 40K and only 566 of us are positive. So we'll be fine.
Yeah, well, there's something positive and something to warm up our hearts this morning. We're going to have a very interesting interview this morning with EL, but we want to take a look at his video, his latest video, Let's take a look at that. We'll come back and have a conversation with him.
Like EL, they don't small. After GMA, know the boy lost. He be long pause, so he won't stop. After all the bar, now he no force. I hear say beef sack and stone boy. Oh, no be me I talk, but you know boys. He the same self, you know be his own voice. He get money by now, he buy Rolls Royce. Yeah, superstar, you they stay with your parents. For Spintex, party know they pay rents. But I know and them times where it depends. Every day, boys, CBK. Love me, cry, what did they mean, say? Every slave queen, they go DM. He they rush one, way be the meanest. When this song they top, no they be safe. Yeah, never home bang. Boys cast up on what I do them. Come check which one be your matter. Charlie man, never home bang. Yeah, never home bang. Boys cast up on what I do them. Come check which one be your matter. Charlie man, never home bang. Hardcore rapper we be DB. When we hear a story for DC, 10 times EL, it be funny self. Nothing where he gets, it be family. What he do, they go do for Yankee. You know they like show for a country. Today Yankee, tomorrow hungry. Care case, alien family. Follow me, when you see the dread for in head top. Tattoo for in hand and in chest up. It be the drug, it they do, they make it mess up. Cause I hear say they smoke like exhaust. So let me do this, let me do that. Let me do hits, let me do rap. What I walk like, the way I they talk like. You know they say I they talk about your life. Oh wow, never home bang. Boys cast up on what I do them. Come check which one be your matter. Charlie man, never home bang. Yeah, never home bang. Boys cast up on what I do them. Come check which one be your matter. Charlie man, never home bang. And I get work with you no day. I know say all day you be home base. New down, no cook back, but no fair. You 10 areas, Sabilo, okay. Hey, every day you get headline. If you talk them, matter, then go vex that. You miss them 2+2, then go get 5. If this song vex you, Charlie F. Yeah, never home bang. Boys cast up on what I do them. Come check which one be your matter. Charlie man, never home bang. Yeah, never home bang. Boys cast up on what I do them. Come check which one be your matter. Charlie man, never home bang.
A really fun, loving song, and I think a lot of us saw some familiar faces in there. Very creative, I must say. What are your thoughts on the song? And the video?
Okay, so there's different dimensions of the song, of what we just watched, okay? So for me, the lyrics is one thing, and the whole underlying chorus, bang, what business is it of yours? So the song basically is talking about different things that people have said about EL, things that are on, whether it's social media, is out there in the public domain, things, gossip, basically. So one of the lines says, he stays with his parents, where? At Spintex, he doesn't pay rent, and I find it fascinating because I think the whole thing about, and so what? Of what business is it of yours?
Yeah.
Right? So many different things. He doesn't do his music in Ghana. He's out in, somewhere else performing. I like that because we are actually a society that likes to run commentary on other people's lives.
Yeah.
And we do it all the time. You see it everywhere, running commentary on other people's lives. I think it's a really brilliant song.
Yeah, and I think when you initially hear the song, you think it's such an Okutia song that the video will be that way.
Yeah,
but the video is very loving
and
beautiful. But we have the man on the line. We'll be talking to him. And if you have any questions for him, let us know with the hashtag Breakfast Daily and the WhatsApp line 0550-585-832. I will do well to ask him on your behalf. If you're outside Ghana, the country code is +233. Good morning, EL.
Hey guys, good morning. How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah,
How are you?
Awesome. I'm good.
How was lockdown during Easter for you?
Oh man, it was blessed, man. I had my own private session at home. Time of reflection and looking inward. So it was pretty cool. It was good.
Okay. Now, let's talk a little bit about Fumigation.
Okay.
We'll come to COVID-19 and how you're dealing with it, but let's talk about Fumigation.
Okay.
What inspired the video? Let's talk about the lyrics first of all before we look at the video itself.
The lyrics were more or less inspired by the beat. When Kid Magic, the producer of the beat, sent me the instrumental, it was pretty much self-explanatory. The beats went Fumigation, so it was just up to me to fill in the blank. The challenge just came about with what I was going to fill in the blank with the content, but the idea was basically there already.
Super. And then tell us about the video. I particularly found it fascinating, the bit where, okay, so first of all, you brought in a whole lot of celebrity friends to play a part, and it was fascinating to see that. But then the bit with the CGI at the end, who came up with that? And it was brilliant. I love it.
Charlie, I give it up to Famous Films, and they always go above and beyond. Whenever we had a concept, we sat down and we came up with a concept, and we said we want to get these people and this guy and this girl. But he always adds a different dynamic, a different dimension to the video. When I got the video, I was shocked myself. I was just as surprised as you guys are. So big up to them.
But we saw a lot of symbolism in the videos. Can you point to some and tell us what they mean to you personally?
Symbolism. You have to tell me what symbolism you saw, because I think symbolism can be very subjective. Maybe you might see something and think, oh, he meant this, but I actually didn't need to say anything about it.
But are there any ones that you personally saw that moved you as you watched the video when you were done with the whole thing?
I guess in the end, the revelation of approaching the audience and making that final presentation was just a way of saying, okay, you missed me, I'm back.
Yeah.
So that was just because I get a lot of messages about people saying, oh, they haven't seen me in a while, they missed the way I like it, and so that was just a reintroduction of Tia.
What about the gray background with the African print, all those creative things? What informed it?
Oh, I mean, you for represent, too. Charlie, for represent. And that was also Gio's idea, Famous Films, because I wore the brightest red suit you ever seen in your life. It will put more Valentine people to shame. Like it was bright.
be like EL, they don't small. After GMA, know the boy lost. He be long pause, so he won't stop. After all the bar, now he no force. I hear say beef sack and stone boy. Oh, no be me I talk, but you know boys. He the same self, you know be his own voice. He get money by now, he buy Rolls Royce. Yeah, superstar, you they stay with your parents. For Spintex, party know they pay rents. Man, I know and them times where it depends. Every day, boys, he be gay. Love me, cry, what did they mean say? Every slave queen, they go DM. He they rush one, way be the meanest. When this song, they top, no they be safe. Yeah, never home bang. Boys, cause upon what I do them. Come check which one be your mother. Charlie man, never home bang. Yeah, never home bang. Boys, cause upon what I do them. Come check which one be your mother. Charlie man, never home bang. Hardcore rapper, we be DB. Then we hear a story for DC. 10 times EL, it be funny self. Nothing where he gets, he be family. What he do, they go do for Yankee. You know they like show for a country. Today Yankee, tomorrow hungry. Get this, you know, alien family. Follow me, when you see the dread for in head top. Tattoo for in hand and in chest up. It be the drugs, if they do, they make it mess up. Cause I hear say they smoke like exhaust. So let me do this, let me do that. Let me do hits, let me do rap. What I walk like, the way I they talk like. You know they say I they talk about your life. Oh wow, never home bang. Boys cast upon what I do them. Come check which one be your mother. Charlie man, never home bang. Yeah, never home bang. Boys cast upon what I do them. Come check which one be your mother. Charlie man, never home bang. And I get work with you no day. I know say all day you be home base. No matter no cook back but no fair. You 10 areas sabilo, okay. Hey, every day you get headline. If you talk them a matter then go vex that. You biz them 2+2 then go get 5. If this song vex you, Charlie F.O. Yeah, never home bang. Boys cast upon what I do them. Come check which one be your mother. Charlie man never home bang. Yeah, never home bang. Boys cast upon what I do them. Come check which one be your mother. Charlie man never home bang.
That's all you don't like. I'm bringing you for it.
The Honorable Joseph Boyne Edu, Chief Executive Ghana Cocoa Board, Ghana Cocoa for Mr. Muntiemi, Yarea Bay no area no corner edney, a year coronavirus, Nasi influenza in Asisia, Yenshede, no, ano, Abano, Neo Mampini bomb modern Biasrebea Ibisiano, Nanifa Cassius Bigina so. Near maybe one ma kukwa for ese moshenen so. Se mobokwa fu mu na mbedi no boa ebesere mu mokuduru ho a monhwe se ntem betiti kakra amaye mudidi a mumma ntemu ntete mamumen afi nso no nchia ade bi a tumi de yare no etahye nti mamunchia mamumfimfa a wono mo ye adwuma no wo ho no kokare kokko nyina ma ntem ntete kakra kwakachifo ni ade no ubeduru fie antempa no ahoro nsa za ahoro ni ade hia pa bobo wa mongu bi so omoduna se bepibibi akata wo hwene sanso na wanti nso a ese no nso no bomoduna se wodi bibi be kata wo hwene afi nso no so ho na nso ho dodo ebi a wapoma ye mre asiri wanya fever obowa wo ta wanti ukon no hwe se basade na chese bibi koso wo widi no ma so ma a doctor for asonte ndi me mamo number si o mo nhye no so 112 ne tosimienu 05584398868 ne tosumiensa 0509497 700. Kukwekuafo mo ho hia e pa nti no yesrem wonya hweye maye. Mo mo ban maye. Na yenyina yenye ahweye enkuntia sa yarewe. Endomasi.
Welcome back. This is Breakfast Daily on Citi TV. Thank you so much for staying with us. We'll take a look at our newspaper headlines, then some online stories, then introduce our guests who are already seated here with us. Let's start off with the Daily Graphic. The Daily Graphic has it here. Movement restrictions extension. Police intensify surveillance. That story is on page 11. Free water directive to cost almost 300 million Ghana cedis. That story is also on page 11. And there's another story here. COVID-19 disrupts Easter, keeps Christians indoors. That story is on page 20. And finally, COVID-19 scourge, UG quickens vaccine prospects. That story is on page 3 of the Daily Graphic. We'll now take a look at the new crusading guide. Disaster looms. Residents defy social distancing protocol to grab food. Stories on pages 3 and 10 of the new crusading guide. Don't talk to the media. GHS warns staff. And finally, will our world remain the same? This is relating to coronavirus, and that story is on pages 8 and 9 of the new crusading guide. Now let's take a look at our final newspaper, Economy Times. The front page of Economy Times, we have government borrows 17.9 billion Ghana cedis from local market for second quarter. That story is on page 4. Gas retailers and consumers oppose new NPA cylinder recovery levy. That story is also on page 4. And finally, Ghana to benefit from $10 billion AFDB COVID-19 response facility. So we'll now go on to take a look at our online stories, starting with citynewsroom.com. On citynewsroom.com, we have ex-banker charged for arranging $2.5 million in bribes for government officials, MPs in power deal. Extend stimulus package to us. Customers of collapsed fund management firms to Nanado. God not responsible for COVID-19 pandemic. That's coming from Palmer Buckle. IMF approves $1 billion loan to Ghana for COVID-19 fight. Put politics aside, support government's COVID-19 fight. It's coming from the Vice President Mahmoudou Bawumia to Ghanaians. We'll now take a look at some business news from citybusinessnews.com. On citybusinessnews.com, we have Bank of Ghana can print money to aid COVID-19 fight. That's coming from an economist. Government must be tactical in seeking for debt relief from China. It's coming from Peter Quote. Pay us our monies. Lockdown is killing us. Customers of defunct fund managers to Ghana. Well, to government. Sorry about that. IMF approves $1 billion disbursement to Ghana for COVID-19 fight. IMF approves $500 million in debt relief for 25 countries amid COVID-19 challenges. When I take a look at some more local news from myjoyonline.com. Togbi Afede regrets clash between police and Ga traditionalists over coronavirus ritual. Chinese embassy in Ghana issues statement on poor treatment of African nationals in China. We'll now take a look at some global news from bbcnews.com. Africa Live, Nigeria extends lockdown in main cities. Coronavirus, Trump claims total authority to lift lockdown. Of course, you can get all of your news from citynewsroom.com. If you want us to hear from you directly, the WhatsApp line is 0550-585-832. If you're outside Ghana, the country code is +233. I have been joined by Elvis Darkon, who's the editor of The Finder, and he's in his nose mask because it's face mask month, okay, here at Citi FM and Citi TV, and we're encouraging all of our viewers to put on a face mask when they go outside to engage people. One, to prevent yourself from spreading the virus if you're asymptomatic, and to also protect yourself from getting it from someone else if they happen to have the virus and are asymptomatic. Good morning, Elvis.
Good morning.
How are you?
By God's grace.
How are you getting used to your new normal?
I can't get used to it. It's becoming so boring and irritating. Home all day, doing virtually little, the normal day pressure and work missing, and it makes being home quite irritating.
But now you get to spend quality time with yourself and get to know yourself a bit better.
Well, it depends. How do you know? It's, as I said, it's quite boring. You can only sleep, wake up, you are with your gadgets all day. Unless you are asleep, the only thing that keeps you somehow is about gadgets and all that. And I think it's a new normal, and I hope the world does not change totally to that. That at least we can return to maybe half of what we used to have before all this COVID, because it appears lifestyles may change drastically based on this disease, and it's really going to change society.
Yeah. But I'm glad you can make it.
Yeah, this morning, too many barriers. I think I came here for the past 2 weeks when the lockdown was on. I didn't see much barriers, but as for today,
they're very strict.
They are very strict, and the barriers are just so much in town.
But it's about time, because too many people are roaming about with nothing to do. So
yes, and that is unnecessary, because there's so many barriers we are seeing means cost to the state. It means that the government has to find more money to deploy more security personnel to be able to provide what they are doing. That money could have been used to do something else.
Yeah.
So for me, I think that our disobedience is costing us much more than even the disease itself. Because for those who were mingling in the market, going to the beach and all that, if there are people who are having the disease but it's not showing, possibility that it will show up very soon, a week or two from now, is one issue. And when that happens, the state's now going to spend so much money to try and take care of those people and do everything possible to cure them.
Definitely.
And then the disobedience also is leading to security personnel deploying so many people. As I said last week, the police are planned to deploy 1,200 people from the beginning, because they thought people would just obey and they would just need few barriers. But they do go down, and now police is deploying close to 5,000 personnel on the streets to be able to enforce this blockade. From 2,200 to 5,000. You can imagine the cost. If they are even only be provided with food and water, you can imagine the cost. And all these things are money we need. COVID is actually brought our economies to a standstill. And therefore, if there are things that we can do as a country to minimize expenditure, so that after things have settled down, there will be some money for the state to be able to continue to run affairs, will be very good for all of us. But if we engage in behaviors that forces the state to spend beyond its limits to be able to address this situation, then the economy is going to collapse. We are going to go back to situations that everybody will be complaining about economic crisis. As already stated, the government has now gone in for a $1 billion loan from the IMF, trying to revive the economy. So
that's our first story. So we'll take a look at that story right now from citynewsroom.com. It says IMF approves $1 billion loan to Ghana for COVID-19 fight. I'm reading from citynewsroom.com. It says the International Monetary Fund has approved the disbursement of $1 billion to Ghana to be drawn under rapid credit facility. So again, $1 billion from the IMF, and it says the money is to help Ghana address the fiscal and balance of payment needs, and also to help the country to improve confidence in its economy, especially in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic is already impacting Ghana severely. Growth is slowing down, financial conditions have tightened, and the exchange rate is under pressure. This has resulted in large government and external financing needs. The authorities have timely and proactively responded to contain the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic in Ghana and support affected households and firms. So this is great news for us. We're going to talk about the information minister also commending and saying that we're doing well compared to other countries as far as our testing.
How sustainable is this if we have to do this for 2 or 3 months? It's very unsustainable for government to do things like that.
Okay.
But then because of poor special planning, people are in communities that it's virtually impossible for them to make a living without having this kind of food with them. So we should know that we find ourselves in a very difficult situation. And what everybody needs to do as a Ghanaian to help government minimize expenditure is what we must do. And that's why the last time I said that government must accept every small help that will come. That is why the effort by Citi to get health workers to work, government taking over is now providing the fuel, I think was unnecessary. Because I believe that that could save government some small money that they could use for something else. So if an organization like Citi decided that we want to convey health workers to work, I think the best government would have done was, how much are you putting in? We think maybe the 4 buses or 6 buses may not be able to do all. So we want to add additional buses and take that additional cost. But you so it means that the full cost of transporting health workers now is on government. So for me, let's all understand that if government can survive, if this country will survive, if all of us can live in an economy, some form of economy after this fight, it depends on all of us, our behavior. That will help government minimize expenditure. Else, by the time we are done, the economy is completely run aground and we start from zero.
Okay, so we'll talk about tie the IMF $1 billion to our ability to test now and what it means for more testing. So I read from citynewsroom.com. It says, spike in COVID-19 cases in Ghana due to enhanced tracing testing. That's coming from the Information Minister, Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah. So Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah, who's the Information Minister, has attributed the increase in confirmed cases of the novel coronavirus in Ghana to enhanced tracing and testing efforts by the government. Mr. Nkrumah pointed out that other measures such as mandatory quarantine systems have helped to detect hidden COVID-19 cases in the country. The minister pointed out that these cases would have gone undetected if these enhanced measures had not been introduced. I'm going to quote him now. He says, "It is interesting to note that if we hadn't, as a country, stepped up our approach to be ahead and go after the virus, we would be reporting only 292 cases by now. The mix of measures to aggressively go in and search of it while limiting importation is the reason for which we have found 274 more cases." He goes on to say the enhanced tracing and testing coupled with the mandatory quarantine system are yielding results. Had we not adopted this approach, the 274 extra will be with us, potentially continuously spreading the virus. We encourage all persons to comply with the measure and spread more knowledge and facts to help us all. So we know now that 566 people have been tested positive out of the 37,954 people who were tested. 4 of them have been treated, they've been discharged, they tested negative, they've gone back home to their families. 552 of them are categorized as mild disease and they are on treatment. Only 2 people have moderate to severe cases. No one is currently on ventilators and 8 people have unfortunately died. So what do you make of this, Elvis? The fact that we're staying ahead of the curve because we are testing so much. And I think on the continent, we're just second after South Africa.
Yeah, that's one issue on the continent, and that's why people express fear that if Africa should experience the levels that Western countries are experiencing, we may not be able to handle the situation.
But is that a fact, though? Because at least when it comes to testing, it looks like we may be ahead of the U.S. even.
No, you are not. How many people have you tested?
You don't have to show in Ghana. If somebody says that they've been in contact with you, you get tested. That doesn't happen in the U.S.
The U.S. is now doing it.
Yes,
it's in the initial stage that they didn't do it. But now
so we are ahead of them.
No,
now
the number of tests they can do is even more. It's even close to our total numbers. Okay, so the basic the disease is new. The virus is new. So a lot of things we are all learning as countries.
Yes.
But
all things being equal, if you look at where we are now and where some developed countries started off and what they did, if you compare it to what we are doing, would you say that we are staying ahead of the curve?
Yeah, I can't say we are staying ahead of the curve when we are not doing mass testing. Okay? What we are doing now is contact tracing and then random sample testing in certain communities that we say, oh, maybe somebody had the disease here. So let's look at selected houses around and try and test some people. That is what we are doing as a country. If you compare to what has been done in South Korea, Singapore, Germany, they did not do what we are doing. What they have done is once they identify the disease, they decided to go full for testing. So if you look at Germany, for instance, as at the last check, they had over 115,000 cases, but those who died were just about 2,500. Because the one of the things that they realized is that when you identify the disease at the early stage, treatment becomes easier. But when the person is sick or even need a ventilator before the person brought to the hospital, treatment is a different issue. So when we are doing a tracing, we are talking about close to about 40,000 testing as we speak. The disease attacks everybody from children to the elderly. So if we say our population is 30 million, and so far we are talking about 40,000 tests, and we know that the test kits that we have so far are no more than 100,000 for a 30 million population, it's something that you should be proud of. If you read about Germany, they have 400 testing centers across the country, and they have the capacity to do 500,000 tests in a week. Other countries are doing 30,000, 40,000 tests in a week or in a day. So clearly, if we say we are going ahead of the curve, we are actually not going ahead of the curve. What the people did is similar to what we are doing. If we get out one, we want to do the whole population. So for me, it's good that we are testing those who actually had contact with somebody. Or we say we are doing some random sampling. But if we can have more test kits, and we can just say, walk to a center and test like it happened in South Korea. They actually put tents just everywhere in town, and you can just walk in, they ask you one or two questions, and then they test you. And then you get your results when it is ready. Because once you test more, then you can say you are ahead of the... So for me, 30 million population, and we say we have done about 40,000, I'm not sure that if we do the statistics, we can say we are staying ahead of the curve. But what is important is that at least for those who had contact with somebody, we are testing them very early to make sure that they do not fall sick before we get to know that they have the disease. For them, for me, that is critical. Because if you don't have a lot of people being at the acute stage of the disease, then your treatment processes will be okay with you. You may have a lot of cases. So for me, people see the cases going up and they are apprehensive. I always say that if you consider Germany having over 100,000 cases and the numbers who die are less than 2,000, it tells you that it's not the numbers that you identify that matters, but at what stage that you identify the disease is very important. So let's pray that we are able to identify the cases at the earliest stage. For instance, the data is saying that over 522 people are mild. Mild means that the situation is not that serious. So treatment is not something that you spend so much on, or it's not something that will create a lot of pressure on the treatment or the health workers and all that. So for me, it is important that we understand that you can have large numbers, but then when you identify the disease at the early stages, that is the experience we have seen from Germany, South Korea, Singapore, and the rest. Now, once you identify the early stages, you are better off than getting to identify at the time that the person is acutely sick.
So you agree with the information minister?
Yeah, I agree with
that
him,
we are staying ahead of the curve, because when someone mentions that they've been into contact with someone, they get tested. We've heard stories of people in New York City, for instance, who think they may be positive, but don't even have access to get tested. Whereas in Ghana, you don't even have to show symptoms. Someone just has to mention your name, and your chances of getting tested is actually higher.
That was the initial stage. Ghana, what was the initial stage? Were we doing the testing?
We're still in our initial stages.
No.
We're just 1 month in.
Yeah, we are just 1 month in.
Yes, and we've been able to test almost 40,000 people. And you have to also understand that it's not the entire country that is a hot zone.
No,
right
I understand. What I'm saying is that if we are testing people who have contact.
Yes, and it's predominantly the Greater Accra
region. The danger of the disease is that there are many people who are carrying it because they have a strong immune system. They won't fall sick. China, for instance, statistics after everything showed that out of 5 people that transmitted disease to other people, 4 of them did not know that they even had it.
Yes, but
so the danger is in the fact that many people may be carriers, but do not know because they will not fall sick.
But we also know that in Ghana, for example, the University of Ghana, over 90 people that came into contact with a positive case came out negative.
That's what I'm saying. So for us, it's still at the initial stages.
Yes.
That's
so are we ahead of the curve?
So let's not rush and say we are ahead of the curve.
Okay.
When we are at the peaking stages, where the numbers are overwhelming, then you can know whether you are at the head of the curve or not.
Okay.
So far, it has shown that in China and in South Korea, it took them, even in Italy, it took like 8 weeks to flatten the curve. So if we are just 3 weeks, 4 weeks into it, to say that we are ahead of the curve as of now, when we have tested 40,000 out of 30 million population, for me, it is something that we have to look at the statistics. I'm not saying that what the minister has said is not right. I'm saying that it's very good that we are doing that. But then if we can go a step further to have more kits, so that if Elvis, I leave City Studio and say, I feel like I want to go and test, I should be free to be able to go and test.
And which parts of the world do people now have access to just freely go and test right now?
In Germany, you can just walk to everything to a test. You even have a drive-through.
But we are a developing country. Do we have the capacity to do what Iceland?
So that's what I'm saying. So let's not jump and say we are ahead of the curve. We know that we have our constraints in terms of resources. So let's also talk about the fact that yes, what we are doing is good. If we had the capacity, we would have been doing everybody walking into tests. But we don't have the capacity. So we are taking critical steps to identify those that we think that immediately they could be at risk because they had access to somebody or they live in an area where people will be identified as having part of the disease. In Germany, they had a carnival in February. At that time, no case had been identified. 1 week after the carnival, a couple tested in one of the states positive. Then they decided to go to that area and just test people in that area, and they had 500 cases. That was the alarm bell that rang in Germany. That they said, let's put the entire health emergency on alert and let people begin to go and get their test. And then they deploy over 400 testing centers across Germany, and you can just walk in and test. You can drive through. There are drive-through testing centers where you just pass by with your car, you stop, you just roll down your glass, and they take swabs from either your throat or your nose, and you drive out, and then they test and get you the results. So for me, what I'm saying is that we are doing what we are supposed to be doing at this stage, and I think that we should all say that government is doing well. But then we should also be mindful of the fact that we could do better if we are actually going ahead to do a mass testing situation. That will be helpful. Right now, you see the disease in other regions. We have been told that people who left Accra and Kumasi because they think lockdown was coming, who have traveled to other places, are showing symptoms. For instance, the case in Hokwe, all the two, one traveled from Ashaman to go and give birth with the parents because of lockdown, is afraid. The other also traveled from Tema, and both of them have tested positive in Hokwe as we speak. They are not indigenous of the place, but they left Accra and Tema to go there, and now they are the ones who have tested positive. But before they tested positive, they had access to their families, friends, and people for a while. Before now, they are being found to be people who are positive. It meant that possibility that they had transferred to other people there may be high, and therefore this will have to happen. So the contract isn't perfect. We are doing it. We are doing well. Let's keep it up. Let's make sure we do more. But if there's possibility that we can have more kits, and Elvis, anybody can just wake up and say, in my small corner, there's some tents here. They said I can just go and take a swab and test. I think that we have to try, because see, I'm looking at.
Please wrap up for us.
I'm looking at the disease in almost every country, especially key countries. It's not a joke.
Yeah.
In Ecuador, dead bodies were littering the streets.
Yeah.
Because they didn't do the things they were supposed to do.
So you think we should use
dead bodies
Latin
were in
America
people's homes for 4 or 5 days.
Okay.
So please, let's not be over excited with what we are doing. Let's move with caution.
Okay. Thank you very much, Elvis. And we know that 10 out of the 16 regions now have at least one positive coronavirus case. We'll be talking to our health professional about all of this right after these messages. It's still Breakfast Daily on Citi TV. Thank you so much for staying with us. We want us to hear from you. The hashtag to use is Breakfast Daily, and the WhatsApp line is 0550 585 832. If you're outside Ghana, the country code is +233. We'll be right back.
Agriculture is the backbone of Ghana. For the prosperity of the Ghanaian economy, it is imperative for the youth to develop interest in agriculture. The Living Fields Agri Challenge provides the opportunity to train and develop the next top agribusiness entrepreneurs. For this maiden edition, we have 12 contestants, 4 production groups. Economic viable and market-oriented vegetables will be cultivated. At least 4 agribusiness startups. Over 300,000 Ghana cedis worth of amazing prizes to be won at the end of the Agri Challenge. Living Fields Agri Challenge is proudly sponsored by media partners. Powered by PB Studios.
Living Fields Agri Challenge every Thursday at 7:30 p.m. only on Citi TV.
Welcome back. It's Breakfast Daily on Citi TV. Thank you so much for staying with us. And again, it's an interactive show. So if you want us to hear from you, don't forget to use the hashtag Breakfast Daily for us to read what you're writing. And of course, if you want to reach us directly, the WhatsApp line is 0550 585 832. If you happen to be outside Ghana, the country code is +233. I have received some of your messages, so I'll read them briefly and then introduce our guest. So the citizen from Adenta says, now Akufo-Addo and his appointees are no longer talking about GDP and inflation. COVID-19 has made them know they were only practicing theoretical economics all these years. If the economy is robust, the state could have afforded a complete lockdown and fed all citizens. AU Farouk from Tamale North says, good morning to you all. Yes, the way food is being distributed in the lockdown areas is a cause for worry. Government must take a second look at the situation to save more people from getting the virus. I completely agree with that. Good morning. I want to use your medium to find out when Electoral Commission will pay our district level elections held last December 2019. It's long overdue. I'm Foster from the Volta region. Mystic from Nsawem says, good morning to you and your crew. Why should PPEs be a problem at some health centers till now? What is the $100 million allocated for? I entreat all to adhere to the precautionary measures. With God's intervention, we should overcome. God save us from this pandemic. So again, if you want us to hear from you, the hashtag to use is Breakfast Daily. And if you want to reach us directly, the WhatsApp line is 0550 585 832. If you're outside Ghana, the country code is +233. And at 9 a.m., we'll be hearing from the Information Ministry as far as updates on the new numbers and what we are doing to ensure that we contain the virus and test more people and make sure everyone is fine. I have been joined by Frederick Awusi. He's the PRO of the Union for Professional Nurses and Midwives Ghana. Good morning, Frederick.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing good.
How was your ride here?
In fact, the police barriers are many, and every point that you get, they have to, scrutinize you. Where is your ID card? And if it doesn't conform with what the directive from the government, they will turn you back. You have to go back.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay, so we heard that there's some issues going on with the health professionals as far as who qualifies as frontline. Can you clarify that for us?
I think last week there was opportunity given by the president to meet all health professionals, including allied health and our physician assistants, to commend their hard working as concerned to this COVID-19 fighting. And when we had our representative being our president and the secretary, but our president was the only one allowed to partake in the meeting because of the arrangements. I think the GNMA president spoke on behalf of all nurses and midwives, and in said doing, she clarified all health workers, nurses and midwives, community health, all the health workers as frontline health workers. So we side with her per what she said. Nobody is leaving behind. Everyone is a frontline health worker, but they went further, explaining that those are the treatment centers. They should give them some package, and those at the mainstream should also be given another package. We are waiting on the government to clarify that proposal. It's a proposal that was made by the GNMA president, and we are waiting for the president's answer. For now, every nurse is a frontline health worker, because if the case overwhelms, they will call more to come. Yeah. Because if, for example, UGMC, or for example, if Kolebu, 46 nurses are to be called the frontline health workers, bear in mind that if nothing goes on well, or if you are not able to contain untowardly and cases escalate, those 46 health workers cannot hold forth till we are able to bring to the plateau and flatten the curve. Definitely they would need more, because you can't work to that extreme hours. You will be exhausted. So we need more health workers to come on board to help. Those who are home, we can even call them. We heard from go ahead. We heard from America, the UK. They were calling student nurses, student doctors to come on board to help. We are praying that we don't get there, but if certain occurs, definitely we are going to call more health workers to come on board to beef up the team. And so everyone is classified as a frontline health worker. To pair the definition the GNMA and the UPNMG executive gave. Every health worker is a frontline health worker.
And what was going on with the registered nurses as well? We heard that there were some issues.
Is it the one that someone said they are rather writing names of accountants or? Yeah, that issue, we heard about it, but we haven't gotten a concrete evidence as to whether it is true or it's false. So we are still investigating whether it is true, because there was a memo out that those who are frontline workers, they should get their names so that it will be worked on at the Control and Counter-Intelligence Department. Now, here is the case. There's a proposal laid before the government, so we are waiting for an answer. And so this one, we can't really pinpoint that. Some people have been left out, some people have been taken off this package.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll now take a look at, before you arrive, we're talking about the Honorable Information Minister Kojo Pankoma saying that our numbers have gone up because we've increased testing and we are staying on top of things. As it stands now, we've tested 37,954 people. 566 of them have come out positive. The breakdown: Greater Accra region has 452, Ashanti 49, Eastern 32, Northern 10, Volta 9, Upper West 7, Upper East 4, Northeast 1, Western 1, and Central 1. What do you make of these numbers, and do you agree that the reason why the numbers are going up is because we've really increased testing and tracing of people?
Before I go on that, I think when it comes to the nursing and the other packages, GNMA made a proposal. UPNMG dissociated themselves from such proposal.
Why?
Why? Because they were thinking the 50% should go across board, and GNMA made another proposal of 35% to other nurses, of which per the definition, everyone is a health worker.
Why do the other nurses have an issue with the 30%?
That was, but we are still waiting for.
Why do they have an issue with the 30%?
They were thinking they are equally a frontline health workers.
Do you think they're equally frontline?
Yes, they are equally a frontline health workers, and they also believe they are not even they. Everyone believes, and yourself, you believe every health worker is a frontline.
Yes, I agree.
So it should go to all of them.
Okay.
But this is the situation where 2 proposals were made, and so it didn't go down well with the UPNMG executives, and so they dissociated themselves from such memo.
Okay.
Yes. Back to what our honorable minister said. I think I side not only with him. Contact tracing, I mean, is going on. They are still doing contact tracing. I think in my facility, we have cases that we are taking care of.
And your facility is, for the sake of our viewers? Your facility?
University of Ghana Medical Center, yeah. And this contact tracing has really, I mean, given us the hope that when we're able to trace this, suspected cases, test them accurately, and know their states, whether positive or negative, we'll be able to contain the case well. Some group, let me say the allied health, have withdrawn their...
Yes, we'll get to that.
Okay. Yeah. And it's very worrying. Now, the minister said because of the contact tracing, that is why the number is going up. Definitely, it is logic. When you get more numbers, you do more testing, you get the number increasing. So we are not surprised the numbers are increasing, but we are saying how many tests as far has it been done, and how many laboratories are doing this testing.
Do you think we could do more?
We can do more.
How exactly?
Because there are so many proposals that they should, furnish the other institutions, the laboratory centers. Take sample right in your vehicle, as my brother was saying. Here, you have to go. You have to, report yourself mandatorily. Report yourself that I'm seeing some symptoms. So I think maybe I'm having this or that, and then they will do the triaging, and then take your isolate you, take your sample and test whether you're negative or positive. Now, if we could we know the hotspot areas. Yeah, we know the hotspot. Yes, and so those areas, which is the hospital area should be tested.
But we're doing that, aren't we?
How many?
We're testing households with people who may be positive. We're tracing contacts.
Yes.
What more should we be doing in the hotspot areas?
It is only households.
What more should we be doing? Everybody's home right now.
The whole municipality should be tested.
Okay, so don't pick specific homes.
No, not single-handedly picking people randomly and testing them.
Okay.
We are saying
not necessarily randomly, but if someone has the
case, a whole household will be tested. We are saying that the whole area should be tested, including frontline health workers. The nurses should also be tested.
But aren't you guys being tested right now?
No, I'm not tested.
Okay.
Even though I protect myself, I have the PPEs to. I don the PPE to go to patients. I haven't been tested
since you've started this entire.
I haven't been tested.
Okay. Why is that? Because we see nurses that could be testing themselves. Is there discrimination with who gets tested?
When we went to Jubilee House, we made that proposal that all health workers should be tested, so that even if you are a carrier, you don't infect your patient or those that come in contact with you. But we are here to get an answer from the those that we laid those proposals. Okay. We are saying that the testing is ongoing, all right, but we need to up our games.
So all health workers should be tested.
Yes. All health workers should be tested so that we know our stance. So that when we are going, you don't have any scare that you might be carrying, you might not be carrying, because wearing the N95, because of you are not having enough ventilation, sometimes it's very difficult, breathing out. And this anxiety and panicking going on, that the little saw in the truth, the little, uncomfortable.
You start getting paranoid.
You are just being paranoid. You are just being panicking that, am I having this infection? It has happened to me before. This kind of hypochondriasis, you think you are suffering from this, meanwhile that isn't it.
So if you get tested, at least you will know.
You are
so you don't pass it on to
you are rest assured that you've been tested, you are not positive, you are good to take care of others.
Okay.
So we are appealing that all health workers should be tested. Those frontline health workers should be tested. Not only health workers, all those involved in this fighting against COVID-19 should be tested, so that we will have the power and we will have the zeal to go there and take care of those patients.
And all communities should be tested as well.
Those hotspots, for now, we don't have the capacity.
So you're not agreeing with Elvis that everybody should do mass testing, but at least the hotspot areas.
We have done so far. If it is 40,000,
almost 40,000.
Yes, it means we have done 0.13% of the total population.
Yeah, but we know that it's not widespread across the country.
We have 10 regions out of 16.
Yes.
And so, if one person
and only Greater Accra is very large. Greater Accra is very high compared to the
let's put it this way: if one person had gotten it and tested positive, of which the incubation period is between 2 to 14 days, how many people have come in contact with such person?
Okay.
You might have gone to, or you might have, traced that person on the 14th day, which this person wouldn't be in the known that I am having the infection.
Okay.
Might have come in contact with so many people. So you, in the Western region, you may have one person being positive. How many tracing have we done? So if we have one person being a positive patient in Adabraka here, I'm suggesting that all those within this municipality
should be tested.
Okay. So that we can contain the infection in the municipality. And we are also pleading that it should be done, it should be decentralized.
Okay.
It should go, if it is municipal assembly, the municipal assembly should take charge of it.
Okay.
And that's why I'm saying that there should be more laboratories. The government should furnish laboratories, competent laboratories, to do this testing. If the kids, everyone, if we are taught how to do that,
you can do it. Definitely. Okay.
So we think the laboratories should be furnished to be able to test more. Because when we test more, we will know our stance now, and we'll be able to plan ahead.
Definitely.
Some countries are recording fewer numbers, thinking that they don't have. I'm thinking they don't have.
Because they've not been tested the way we have been.
And so they wouldn't know the numbers they are having.
Okay.
So if we do more testing, we'll be able to know those who are infected. We'll be able to plan ahead and treat them, and we'll overcome this pandemic.
Definitely. So next we're going to be looking at the allied health professionals withdrawing from COVID-19 contact tracing and testing. But before that, I've received a lot of messages from you guys, so I'll read that briefly. Breakfast Daily, why do we always want to politicize everything? I think this government is doing the best it can. Nevertheless, there's more room for improvement. God bless our president. This is coming from OP. They do politics with every statement and almost everything, but turn to tell the rest of the population not to do politics with this pandemic. My question is, what's the essence of the vice president launching a COVID-19 tracker? Was it not the same application Citi Newsroom reported some few days ago that the Association of Surveyors were in talks with the government and NCA to approve as their contribution towards the fight against COVID-19? So why Baumia? This is coming from Sly in Oyarifa. D from Teshi says, good morning. My problem is the government is not thinking of the firefighter as a frontline worker, but when there is fire and the fighter needs to go rescue, are they going to be exposed, but they won't know whether the people in there are carriers of the virus? So you're saying that if a fire breaks and the people are positive, the firefighters should also be protected, because in their effort to quench the fire, they might catch coronavirus. Okay, good morning, Jifa. Please, I would like to ask our PRO about the write-up concerning recruitment of only 2017 diploma and degree nurses. Any clarification why NAP and NAC 2017 wasn't included? So I hope you can provide some things on that.
Oh yeah.
And before we even continue, we're going to take some live pictures of our national launch of Fumigation. So you'll be taking that for senior high schools, a collaboration between Citi and Zoom Lion. So we're at Accra Girls right now, and there you have it. You're seeing it right there. We're going to fumigate the entire school so that when students go back to school, they are rest assured that the environment is cleared of any virus at all whatsoever. We'll be going to a lot of senior high schools throughout the season, and today we are at Accra Girls Senior High School. So there you have it. They are getting ready. The Zoom Lion army is already ready to go with all the equipment, and we'll be updating you as we go along with fumigating the Accra Girls Senior High School. And don't also forget that this is all part of the preventive measures that the private sector and public sector is taking to ensure that we are all safe, right? It's not only reacting or responding to the virus, but also ensuring that we don't have it at all by ensuring that our spaces are cleared of any viruses or bacteria. Okay, on to more of your messages. There's a message here. So you're going to answer that question soon, but there's another one for Elvis. It says, I don't agree with the previous guest's conclusion that the success of COVID-19 economy depends on citizens, because citizens conduct their economic activities on the back of policies put forward by managers of the economy. Yes, citizens can contribute, but the success or otherwise lies in the hands of the managers of the economy. This is coming from Mabena from Chasako. So I think maybe you're talking about the previous person who commented, not necessarily Elvis. Good morning, Citi TV. God bless you for your contributions to fighting COVID-19. One of the vulnerable groups that can easily spread this virus is the workers of malls and supermarkets. Therefore, government should put pressure on the owners of these institutions to provide PPEs for them so they don't get this virus and spread. We know that yesterday the communications minister said some people were supposed to be on quarantine, but they were shopping in some of our malls. So that could be a valid point. Good morning. Where is the 50% reduction on electricity supposed to start? Because I bought power for my prepaid meter and the same amount reflected on the meter instead of seeing twice the amount on the meter. So you mean instead of seeing half that amount, okay, twice definitely, because you're supposed to get a 50% discount. Good morning. Can someone who has recovered from COVID-19 still at risk of being infected? This is coming from Foster. Good morning. Please, we run out of food and there is no money to buy food, and the distribution is focused in town. This is coming from Gideon in Amasaman. So it seems like the people in Amasaman have run out of food, so we need to get some food to them as well. COVID-19 can only be defeated when we comply with the protocol put out by the Ministry of Health and the World Health Organization. But the way some Ghanaians are being too recalcitrant is worrisome, and which we plead with the security agencies in charge to up their game and bring sanity to this matter. Finally, Citizen Francis says, if 3 of the most developed countries in the world are competing over who has the highest number of COVID-19 deaths, then we in Ghana should try and make the sacrifice of staying safe here. No one can estimate the number of casualties we'll record here if we allow the disease to spread. Let's stay home and stay alive. So yes, and we have the Latin America example to use if we don't listen or comply. So please keep the messages coming. The hashtag is Breakfast Daily and the WhatsApp line is 0550585832. If you're outside Ghana, the country code is +233. So our next story has to do with the allied health professionals withdrawing from the COVID-19 contact tracing and testing. I'm reading from citynewsroom.com, and it says members of the coalition of graduate unemployed allied health professionals currently being used by the government for the nationwide COVID-19 contact tracing and testing have withdrawn from the exercise effective today. That was yesterday, April 14, 2020. Last week, the coalition threatened to discontinue the exercise and demanded permanent employment from the government. They complained about the government's discrimination in recruiting the 2017 batch of nurses and midwives while excluding the allied health professionals of the same year group. So in their statement, they talked about the neglect and unfair treatment being meted out to them. They also said the leadership of the coalition of graduate unemployed allied health professionals, the 2017 and 2018 batch, wishes to inform the general public that starting from yesterday, all members who are volunteers to do the contact tracing, sample taking and testing nationwide have withdrawn their services from the COVID-19 team. Your thoughts on this?
Thank you very much.
Then we'll come to Elvis for his thoughts as well.
There's no good news because I think since last week, not even last week, since last month, they've been engaging the Ministry of Health to see to it that they've been posted permanently to, beef up the contact tracing. They voluntarily came out to say we would volunteer and do the contact tracing. Last week, I was engaged by one of the executives concerning they not being engaged by government, but they've heard that the nurses, 2017 nurse and midwife, the diploma and the degree, both private and public, have been given financial clearance, so they have to be employed by government. They are thinking government is sidelining them.
Yeah.
But even though they are not engaged, they are still working, they are still on the field. So government should take or use that opportunity to,
So you agree with them?
I not entirely, I agree with them that government should employ them, but not to withdraw their services. You see, you can still engage the government whilst you are working. Because if you, at this point in time, we need all. We need everyone. We need everybody to come on board to help. We are still engaging the government that they should, give them the audience. They should give them financial clearance. Because if they are not see them, we know the executive who speak to them that they should go on and, deliberate dialogue with government, and government will be able to give them financial clearance. We are hoping that they are recruited so that we can all come on board and fight this pandemic. For them, I'm worried because their number is huge to have withdrawn their service from this contact tracing. Who are they going for? Because they've been coached, they've been trained to do the contact tracing.
Isn't that the more reason why government should employ them finally?
Yes, government should employ them.
Okay, thank you.
We think government should employ them so that they would, come back again, helping do the contact tracing. We can't go in for another people, train them, and put them at vantage point to do the contact tracing. They are already on the field. They know where those people are, and they have mastered in tracing those infected patients. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Elvis, your thoughts on the allied health professionals withdrawing their services?
Well, before I make a comment, short one, I think that the issue of PPEs is still a major issue. Yesterday I received from Kwewu Praso Health Center. And they said they don't have a single PPE.
Have they contacted the 311
number? What they brought
number?
them was about some 10 sanitizers and some gauze.
Have they contacted that number because that's what the information
nobody seems to be responding to them.
Wow.
Kwewu Praso Health Center. So if this is the way we think we are fighting the disease, some places are having deficit. Let's fix them. If we think that we want to get, because that health center, somebody who has the disease may work there.
And then they will all be exposed.
You understand it? So now I think that once I agree that they deserve to be employed, withdrawing their services at this time is totally wrong.
Why?
Their families can die. They themselves can die.
How?
Their loved ones can die.
Isn't that a bit extreme?
But who said that anybody is immune from the disease?
Yeah, but they should be employed.
Nobody is immune. I said I agree.
But what's the connection between dying and them withdrawing their services?
But if you are supposed to go and do a work that will help us find the people, and you withdraw your service,
so then the government should employ other people to do their jobs.
And we can't find them, and one of them gets contact with you or your family or your loved one, won't you have a problem?
Government would employ other people to do that job, no?
Who will do it? They are the trained ones. And I'm saying that government not employ them has not been fair to them. And I support that whatever they need to do to get to be employed, they can do, but not withdrawing of their service in this critical time.
What should they have done instead? They said they've been engaging them and nothing has come out.
That's what I'm saying. See, the elders say when a ram keeps spoiling the street, it say I'm doing something great.
Doesn't know
but
that
it's forgotten that it's messing up yours. So it's its own tail. So we are in a crisis. To take advantage of a crisis to withdraw your service, I think it's inappropriate because the disease is not respecter of persons. And helping us to find the people so that we can all be safe is in the interest of every Ghanaian, including they themselves.
But they need
but
some
their
level
withdrawal of service at this point,
some job security.
If it happens that because of their withdrawal, the disease spreads, who knows whether any of their family members may get it, their loved ones or friends will get it. So they should also consider the fact that the disease is not a respecter of person. So if we are to do something to help, they should continue doing it, and we as media people and the rest will also continue to impress on government to employ them. That we will continue to do. But for them to withdraw the services at this critical moment, I think it is a disservice to the nation and to themselves.
If the service were so critical, shouldn't the government have just employed them in the first place?
Well,
it goes both ways, no?
It goes both ways.
It's very important to just employ them.
I have not said that government not employing them is justified. I said government not employing them is not justified. But to withdraw your service in this critical condition because you think that you must use the opportunity to get government to formally employ you, yes, it is their right to do. But they should remember that the disease is no respecter of persons.
True.
And that maybe as a result of the withdrawal of their service, they themselves,
would,
a family member,
definitely,
a friend or a loved one, may be caught in the act.
Okay.
And at that point, you would have said, if I had not withdrawn my services, maybe this wouldn't have happened.
Thank you.
So for me, we'll all plead with government to employ them. But I don't think that the withdrawal of service at this critical moment is what they should have to do.
Thank you very much. Elvis Zarko is the editor of The Finder, and of course, Frederick Ewusi is the PRO of the Union of Professional Nurses and Midwives, Ghana. Don't go anywhere. We'll be hearing from the Information Ministry right after these messages.
There is nothing as hard as a diamond. For buildings with superior strength that withstand all weather conditions, Diamond Cement should be your preferred choice. Locate Diamond Cement nationwide with factories in Aflao, Takrady and Bupe. Diamond Cement, as hard as a diamond.
There is no promise we cannot keep. There is no commitment we cannot honor. There is no delivery we cannot guarantee. There is only one Bethel Logistics Company Limited, a licensed international freight forwarding and clearing agent, a trusted global brand with an extensive network for the movement of air freight and ocean freight worldwide. We are the trusted name for road freight into Western and Northern Africa. We are fully accredited by Ghana Customs and Excise. We cater for all your freight forwarding, customs clearing and forwarding, cross trades, inland transportation, internal cargo tracking systems, customer freight costing and consultancy, cold chain logistics management, logistics and warehousing, quality inspection, and much more. In Accra, Tema, and Takrady, we are always available to ensure easy movement of cargo countrywide. Call us on 0204 528 900 or 0244 707 859. Email info@bethellogistics.com. Locate us in Accra at North Ridge, adjacent Accra Girls High School, or in Tema at Community 4, or in Takrady on the second floor of the GCB building. Website bethellogistics.com. Bethelog, experts in shipping logistics.
Since 1967, Hisense has never relented on its brand promise of manufacturing the highest quality but affordable home appliances for everyday people worldwide. At Hisense, we pride ourselves with the fact that our products play the necessary role it is expected in the lives of our cherished customers. Whatever your home appliances needs are, be it refrigerator, air conditioner, television, gas cooker, electric cooker, iron, rice cooker, washing machine, steamer, kettle, mobile phone, sound system, blender, you can confidently walk into any of our showrooms to pick up what you need at the best price. We are the only company that, without a second thought, give you 5 years warranty. Our after-sales service, coupled with our great customer service, makes us second to none. Quality, style, energy saving, affordability are our common attributes. High sense, everyday prices for everyday people.
Auntie Mary, give me fufu 10 cedis, Willie 6 cedis, goat's meat, apapo 12 cedis, and chicken thighs, fat one 8 cedis.
Okay, right away.
Sauce kaleke, payday is good. Add beer 1 wine.
In the hustle and bustle of life, retirement considerations
Next year
are often relegated to the bottom of our collective financial agenda until retirement hits you unprepared. Living on a meager retirement income can be traumatic and stressful.
Can I have fufu 50 pesos and chicken thighs small 50 pesos?
Hey, please, we don't sell adunle and achomo here.
Hey, adu yawao.
Contact us for details. Terms and conditions apply. Access Pension Trust, your reliable partner in pensions.
Imagine if you can get all the understanding on some of the difficult subjects you struggle with in school. As a student, do you feel dissatisfied with how hard it is to figure out the subjects you're learning? Or as a parent or guardian, do you worry that your child is struggling to understand some of the subjects in school? Well, now you don't need to sign up for extra lessons or tutors. Simply tune in to Class Act, Mondays to Thursdays at 5:30 p.m. on Citi TV. Class Act is a show that seeks to enable senior high school students gain a much better understanding of what they learn in school. All you need is a TV, a chair, your notebook, and your pen. Get clarity on subjects such as maths, English, IT, and science. Class Act airs every Monday to Thursday at 5:30 p.m. on Citi TV, on DSTV channel 363 and GoTV channel 182. Don't forget your pens, pencils, and your notebooks, and tune in to Class Act, only on Citi TV.
There are those with untold stories, unraveled feats, life-changing stories, and lasting legacies. They tell their stories themselves right here on Footprints.
So we go to someone who were put in our various cells, and then someone you have it's a huge prison. And then it was then that it dawned on me that I was really a big God.
Do you think that the overthrow of Liman was justified?
I think that with hindsight, there was no justification.
Be inspired by their hard work and resilience that led to those outstanding achievements as we trace their footsteps through the capsule of time.
Because of my upbringing, my mother, my father, they are, Christianity. Yeah. So because of that,
strong hands at home.
Even though I'm the guy smoking, doing all kinds of that, I've never tried.
You've never tried?
No, never tried weed or anything.
You've never tried weed?
Even drinking, alcohol, no.
Why should you people put everything, everything was done before Nkrumah arrived in the country?
No, aho ni leba ye.
Aho neba ye.
So join me, Samuel Atamensa, and my guests every Saturday at 9 a.m. and Sundays at 4 p.m. only on Citi TV.
Footprint is sponsored by Bethel Logistics Company Limited, experts in shipping logistics.
Welcome back. It's Breakfast Daily on Citi TV. Thank you so much for staying with us. And we did mention earlier that we're doing a fumigation exercise with Zoom Lion for secondary schools, tertiary universities. Your thoughts on it?
Well, I think it's a very important exercise that we're doing. Earlier on too, we actually embarked on doing one with the universities as well, and that one is also ongoing. So this is like another branch of the exercise that's ongoing. So when we say secondary institutions, it's not stopping what we're doing with the tertiary ones.
Yeah.
You know, that's going on as well at the same time as we speak. We've done University of Ghana, we did UPSA, we've done Accra Technical University as well, and then now we're doing with the secondary institutions, starting with Accra Girls. Yeah. So, yeah, I think it's an important exercise, and it's our contribution, you know, to the general fight against COVID-19. I think it's an important thing. Yeah.
And I think it's really important for us to continue with these preventive measures, because right now all the students are home, the school is not in session, there are things that they may have left, you know, some bacterial situations, some viral situations that you can get rid of, right? And when it comes to exercises like fumigation, you're talking about microorganisms that you may not be able to see with your physical eyes. So it's important what we are doing, because as it stands now, the positive cases are 566. The numbers will go up. And what we have above the rest of the world or the rest of the continent is our testing capacities and our ability to actually be more proactive as far as the preventive measures are concerned. So we can't sleep on that. We know that we don't have the capacity to provide the ICU beds or the ventilators if things get out of hand. So what we need to do is identify spaces like the marketplaces, schools, churches, mosques that are currently empty to ensure that there are no issues of viruses, bacteria. So when we are finally done with the lockdown and our students are going back to school, we are all going back to church and our mosques, we know that the environments are safe for all of us and we won't expose ourselves to any potential bacterial or viral infection. So it's really important what we're doing.
Yeah. Yeah, there's always a chance of reinfection, you know, and these are some conversations that other countries are having now as we speak. China is looking at case counts starting to climb up again, you know, for the first time in several weeks. The numbers are starting to go up again, and it all leads to all kinds of confusion. Nobody understands what's really going on here. But our government is being proactive, and we as a station, together with Zoom Lion, are also looking at, let's get in and do our part in helping the fight. What we don't want is to flatten the curve, lift the lockdown, everybody goes back, and then we have people going back into spaces that have potential infections, and then just have a resurge of this whole thing. We want to be able to get to the end of the road. Once we lift the lockdown, nobody is going back into lockdown again. You know, that's ideally what we want to achieve with this. So, but I think it's significant to also note, earlier on we mentioned about the fact that our numbers, even though they're 566 and sometimes alarm bells are ringing, what you do realize is, or you do have to realize, is that it's because of the ramping up of our testing, you know. And then when you look across the continent of Africa, we've not done the highest tests across the continent yet, but relative to what everybody else is doing, our numbers, in the proportion, the ratio of our numbers are much, much, much better than what you see continent-wide. Nigeria, for example, and I'll just use that as an example, relative to us, they are 323 as at yesterday in terms of total cases. We are at 566, and you're thinking to yourself, okay, so Ghana is a small country relative to Nigeria. We have 30 million people relative to their, 150, 100, 200 million people. And you're thinking that, why do they have 323? Well, you should understand that the cases are from the tests. Okay, so the Nigerian numbers, as far as the tests are concerned, are 5,000 tests that they've conducted, compared to our 37,000, almost 38,000, 37,954 tests that we've done. You see, so when you start to now do those comparisons, then you realize that, okay, so then we're doing something really positive. What we need to call for is for us to get more test kits into the country, maybe even manufacture our own test kits. I don't know what the capacity is like, but these are things that we need to look at, so that we can say we have 500,000, 1 million test kits available. Then we know that we have the capacity to just go into all the hot spots, all the hot zones, and just do mass testing, everybody, just to root out wherever the virus is hiding, dig it out and get rid of it.
Yeah, and we know that this time last month we had just about 6 cases. And as it stands now, we have 566 cases in the country. The biggest hotspot is right now Greater Accra region. We'll be hearing from the Information Minister soon on exactly what's going on with the updates. So we're going to cross over to the Information Minister and then continue the conversation.
Spend some time outlining what we are doing to achieve that. One of the major challenges we are beginning to have is the challenge of stigmatization. And this morning, the response team has designated some of its advisors to help us walk through what we need to do to bring down at least the curve on stigmatization, because it's beginning to give us some very significant challenges. In this third week of restrictions, particularly in the Greater Accra and Greater Kumasi contiguous districts, we want to give an update on security and, more importantly, prosecutions that are starting of persons who are being recalcitrant. And then our clinicians and first responders who are helping us manage our positive cases want to share a quick word with us on what's necessary that we all stay at home. We also have a number of organizations that are running programs to assist at this point in time and that are also doing donations to the relief fund, who are here with us and who join us. So good morning once again and welcome. From February 2020, Ghana has been executing a 5-part response program to the COVID-19 global pandemic. The program remains the broad framework with which the government of Ghana is dealing with threat of and the outbreak of the disease in Ghana. Its 5 main pillars are as follows. 1, to limit and stop the importation of the virus. 2, to contain the spread of the virus in Ghana. 3, to provide adequate care for the sick. 4, to limit the impact on social and economic life. And 5, to expand local production of inputs that will be necessary in combating this pandemic. Now, specific to limiting importation, as far back as February, Ghana commenced efforts to limit the importation of cases. The efforts included the screening of incoming travelers, the banning of travelers of a certain category, later a mandatory quarantine of all admissible travelers, and finally a total closure of Ghana's borders. Through these measures, we have been successful in stopping at least about 115 persons who later proved positive from generally entering and mixing with the population. Some more were easy to identify through contact tracing and thereby limit their exposure to the general population. And we'll go into some numbers when the Ghana Health Service joins us. Now, in containing the spread, the second leg of our strategy has been to contain horizontal spread through a mix of measures: closure of schools, restriction on social, traditional, and religious gatherings, promotion of prevent etiquette and social distancing through heightened public education, among others. Government has also, pursuant to Act 1012 and its consequent executive instruments, restricted movements in Greater Accra, Greater Kumasi, and its contiguous districts. Additionally, we have embarked on an enhanced trace testing and treatment approach, which has so far helped us to cover an additional 274 cases, which hitherto would have remained unknown while potentially spreading the virus. You will recall that as at last night, our numbers sat as 566. About 292 of those were the numbers that came from the general regular surveillance. An extra 274 were because of the various things that we have put in place, including mandatory quarantine and testing through the enhanced tracing and testing program. So the effect of that second pillar is what has helped us to beyond the 292 that traditionally in the normal surveillance we've been able to find an extra 274. Now, in terms of care of the sick, for all who have tested positive, care is also adequately provided by clinicians led by the Ghana Health Service and in collaboration with other facility operators, including teaching hospitals. We are informed that the overwhelming majority of our positive cases are in good health, and this morning we have some very good news to share with you that the Ghana Health Service will outline for us. His Excellency the President has also been leading the fourth pillar, which is limiting socioeconomic impact. It stands to reason that efforts at combating this outbreak has an impact on the socioeconomic lives of our population. If you look at the global examples of economies that have literally been shut down as a result of efforts to combat this pandemic, it leaves especially the vulnerable homeless with a hard end of the stick. In Ghana, one of the pillars has been to coordinate interventions that are aimed at mitigating the impact of our response program, the vulnerable and the general population. We are, however, concerned about how some parts of this, as it's being executed, is now also beginning to create challenges for us, and we'll deal with that this morning. And then finally, local production has started of PPEs and other logistics that are needed to combat this pandemic. Later this week, the Minister for Trade and Industry will join us with some clearer numbers on the local PPEs that are taking place. So we want to start in detail this morning, first with statistics from the Ghana Health Service. Dr. Patrick Abuaji is the Director General. Please join us at the podium with this.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister of Information, Honorable Minister of Chief Tenancy, colleagues and media practitioners here. I will just give you a brief of our situation in Ghana in all dimensions. But we will need to start within context of the global picture. As at 2 a.m. on the 13th of April 2020, the world had recorded about 1,776,867 confirmed cases of COVID-19, including about 111,828 deaths, which reported by WHO. Within the African context, we have South Africa has recorded about 2,272 cases with 27 deaths. Algeria has 1,983 with 313 deaths. Cameroon has recorded 820 with 12 deaths. Cote d'Ivoire has 626 with 6 deaths, followed by Ghana with 566 with 8 deaths. The rest are Nigeria, who has 529 but with 12 deaths. Burkina Faso has a lower number of 497 but has 27 deaths, and Nigeria has 343 positives with 10 deaths. The Minister has given a short overview of where we are, but in Ghana, as of Saturday, April 11th, because we are compiling the rest, we have done a total of 37,954 cases have been tested, out of which 566 are confirmed for COVID-19. The 37,954 include the enhanced surveillance as well as the routine ones that we are doing. Of the 456, about 58% are male, usually youthful. Female are 42%. This testing and results account for about per capita testing about 1,265 per 1 million population. That's we use our estimated 30 million population. And this is the highest in Africa, followed by South Africa, who has about 1,161 per million population. And we, in terms of test capacity per capita, we are the 14th in the world. Currently, we have about 44,421 samples. We have taken samples, which means that the last 7,000 are being tested, and I know currently some are still running. And if we to complete that, we would have had a test capacity per capita of 1,480 per 1 million population, which is quite, so it's no wonder we have the number we are having. Aggressive tracing, tracking, testing, and treatment has been the approach adopted to contain the virus, and be ahead of the virus. Yes. Of the 566, we have 7 in our West region. Currently, we have about 10 regions that have recorded cases out of the 16 regions. 10 in Upper West, 4 in Upper East, 1 in Northeast. We have 10 in Northern region that has remained so for a while now. We have 49 in Ashanti, 32 in Eastern region, 9 in Volta region, 1 in Western, and 1 in Central region, with Greater Accra recording 452 cases. Now, how has we done as far as the case management is concerned? Currently, we have a definition of recovered as those who are positive and has recorded 2 consecutive negatives. And that's what becomes that you can claim that you are cured. Currently, we have 83 people in that category who have, a significant number have tested the first negative, but we have about 17 who have recorded double negatives that are obviously clinically cured, and that's quite good. We all have about, out of this number, we have about 208 who are well asymptomatic or in the mild condition and being treated at home in isolation centers. Currently, we have only 2 critically ill people in the hospital with 10 deaths. So like I said, we have about 17 who have tested double negative, and so they are completely cured. We will monitor them, obviously. We have 66 of them who have tested the first negative, and we are waiting for the second test. The chances are that they will all be negative again. We have treatment centers in all regions. Ashanti has Konfanochi, Kumasi South, Obuasi, Bekwai has cases. In Accra, we have Gan East, 37, Rage, Tema, UGMC, Nyaho Clinic is now treating, and Kolebu Teaching Hospital. The last time I gave you a number of admissions across, treatments across the country. I'll give you the numbers that are currently being, that is on admission. I think I'm moving faster than the screen. Okay, good. Okay. Now, so if you look at Gan East, Assat, 13 has 53 people on admission. Tema has 5 on admission. The UGMC has 23. The military hospital has 2. Rage Hospital has 4. Konfanochi now has 2 people on admission. Kumasi has 6. Kolebu now is keeping cases. They have 2. Bekwai has 2. Obuasi has 2. Volta region has 7 on admission. Eastern region has 32 in Begro and Tua. And then we have Wa Regional Hospital with 7, and Bolga has 3 on admission. So that's just to share with you that the broad category of states that we have. So in the next slide, just we can see that just the number of tests that have been done over during the enhanced periods in cumulative numbers that we have done. Currently, we have expanded. The next slide. We have expanded our. So if you go back to the last slide, you can see that we have relatively now about 48,000 samples have been delivered for the testing. Our current testing sites has been expanded. Noguchi in Accra, KCCR in Kumasi. In the last few days, we have brought on the National Public Health Reference Laboratory in Kolebu. They are also doing so. The Veterinary Service Division in Accra and Pong Tamale have also joined in testing So CSR to is testing. So we are slowly expanding our capacity to test, because that's extremely important, because the essence of treat, test and manage is to identify and isolate all positives from the community to prevent further spread. And so the faster you get your results, the quicker you are able to move them out of the society. So I'll go to the next. We have newly diagnosed centers come on board, as I mentioned. We are planning to bring the Tamale Rens Lab on board. The Cape Coast has expressed interest. We have Navrong, and within a short time, they are all going to be on board. We want to expand our rapid testing capability by introducing rapid testing kits. Currently, some are being tested to see their suitability for use in country. We are looking for identifying a new isolation centers and quarantine centers. As the more numbers of asymptomatic cases are picked, we need to quickly move them out of the community, and we implore all to participate, to assist and support this effort, because that's the only way we'll make enhanced testing very, very beneficial. If you cannot isolate them, then it doesn't really help us. And I'm also happy that we're going to talk about stigma, because we don't want a situation where people who are identified are shying away or running away from being treated, because they save themselves and they save society. I've also given you a picture that shows that the case management is very good, especially for those who come early. A significant number are doing well, so it's not a death sentence as is being perpetuated. I saw a video this morning about people lying on the beach that some countries are. I don't know why people do that, but we want to encourage people to avail themselves to the test and come for isolated and be put back to society. We will continue the aggressive testing and management in the focus of Accra, Kumasi, and Tema. And in this final week, we are also going to do some enhanced work, especially in heavily populated areas, and then also people who we believe that have more contact with people than that. If they are positive, chance of spreading is high. We also focus on them and make sure that we are able to test all of them. So, as a minister, this is all I have. I just want to encourage everybody to stay home, practice the social distancing and the hand hygiene. Thank you very much.
Dr. Patrick Boaje, Director General of Ghana Health Service, many thanks for your presentation. If I just may pick a few items in key, and while I'm about to do that, please let me announce that we are working with the Bureau of Ghana Languages, that this entire briefing is now being translated into about 8 other local languages and will be played back on national television and a number of other stations. But just a quick overview of what we've done so far. If you say no, Abayajuma or Yedi Akweta sa COVID-19 yare na yedi kan bo de ro ye chemu num di kan kwan a ye be fa so ne ahwese yare no ipodo e pekwan efi amanone abanka omdi bi bebre no ye betwa so eno efi ase fitibe February yedi fidie gu airport ehwe nkofo a eba yesan so hwe so bi a ne ho nkrata ne ade nyina yetumi eje egu ho na se asem bi koba yetumi edi ekire yebo homodin eye se adwuma no ma nipa o eni edunum empo yetumi ema ensa kan o manwura sebe o man ni mu no aso abapa etoso nu eni se yebo modin se yare no yebehwe na antiate ukrum ye frɛ no containing horizontal spread and onyema hodo aya yo mampani ahwe se suku ya tutum yenoma na ye ko mmia bibia ni pehyehyia no ene ni na ye de tabono atoso dia ensori ni imam ene nanoma ntrankunyina ye no ye de tabono atoso ansana ye body rosa bribia ye nhoro sa ye ndi ehuni ni ade yasan so ahyemra act 1012 ama ene enkrani kumase ne enkrum kakra bemben ho no yesi ubia entena fie ebi oso no omani mu ankasa ne yesi nipa dodo enhwe won ho yie ɛno aboa sɛ wode ka their friend enhanced tracing and testing na kyerɛ sɛ deɛ mpanyinfo afi yɛkɔ abɔnten na yɛnkasa yɛahwehwɛ yareɛ no nyɛ sɛ yɛtwɛn mu bi anya bi de aba yɛkɔ abɔnten ahwɛ na ɛno aboa ma apart from nipa 292 a ɔmo nya bi ansa na ɔmo ma yɛ so ate no yɛnkasa so yɛ nipa 274 as a result of saa nyankaeɛ na yɛayɛ no ɛno na ɛboa ma yɛtumi abɔ mmɔde yareɛ no ɛnte ate se woyɛ no fi hɔ adeɛ ɛtɔ so mmiɛnsa yɛ wɔn anya bi no yɛbɛyɛ dɛn wɔn Ghana Health Service ɛna yɛdi anim ma yɛdi saa adwuma no ɔma pɔne ho kra kyerɛ akyire yɛbɛkɔ emu kakra ansa na ɔyɛ kwan ne nsunsuansoɔ ɛma yɛn nyinaa sɛbe yɛkasɛm ne nneɛma aka na yɛa na ɛwɔ soro nti ɔmampanin adi anim nti na nsuo sese yɛsɛ nsuo bosom mmiɛnsa da anim nsuo free enyinam nkanea so yɛsɛ yɛde bi kyɛ na ebi wɔ hɔ a yɛayɛ no 50% apart from sɛbe yɛn hiafoɔ no ɔnom a ɛwɔ biribi de no ɔmo deɛ no aban ne ɔmo ɛkyɛ mu mmienu ansa na nneɛma a yɛnkasa yɛyɛ wɔ ɔman mu ha yɛako tia yareɛ wɔ esi no so no ɛno so yɛyɛ na wɔtwe mu no Minister for Energy and Minister for Trade ɔmba bɛka yɛn nsa na ɔmo akyerɛ enyinam nkanea deɛ no ɛne nneɛma a yɛyɛ wɔ kurom ha no sɛn na akɔ akɔsi mu na Ghana Health Service ɛbɛbɔ yɛ dewuro ɛfa spray gyina yi yareɛ na he anaasɛ nipa he na yɛki ɛho wɔ Ghana ha sɛ ɔpanin Patrick Aboagye kyerɛ mu sɛ nipa 566 positive cases ɛna yɛho wɔ Ghana no na yɛkyerɛ mu sɛ wokyɛ mmienu a 292 ɛyɛ regular surveillance na ɛdi ho yɛ 274 ɛno yɛ nneɛma do afi yɛyɛ a yɛn yɛdi yareɛ no anim na ɛno na ɛma ɛyɛ ho na ɔsan so kyerɛ mu sɛ sese test ahodoɔ a anaasɛ samples ahodoɔ a yɛtumi agye a yɛbɛ test no woka bom a bɛyɛ 48,000 samples and over. If you can go back to those slides, bɛyɛ 48,000 samples na ɛno na aboa ma ɛnɛ yɛhu nipa ahodoɔ a ɛwɔ yare no bi a ɛwɔ sɛ yɛtumi ɛtu wɔn so sa na ɛhwɛ ne ɛsɔm yareɛ titiriw enipa 17 wɔn ho atɔ wɔn koraa ɛno yɛ asɛm a say asɛm dɛ ɛda nnɛ yɛbɛda nations ne Ghana Health Service ne doctors ne nurses ahodoɔ ahwɛ nipa 19 yɛka sɛ obi ho atɔ na aseɛ kyerɛ sɛ efi ase no wɔ yare ni bi yɛahwɛ no wɔ yaresabea am sɛ yɛsan hwɛ ne widie nim yɛ test a yɛhu yare ni bi wɔ ne widie mu ɛno na doctor fo ntumi ka sɛ nipa kɔ ne ho atɔ no that's the definition of a cure emu aduasia nsia 66 bi so wɔ hɔ a ya test on first one yehu bi wo omwidiem like per se san test on biom ni ye sure say ekokora se no nyame ya adom na se ekuna ba bia ehwe a ye de beka sa du enso no ho ema yakọ eduomiensa about 83 correct about 83 as at now 17 recovered cases 66 have had a negative test. And we are hoping that when we do their second test, they will also be negative, and that will bring it to about 83. Very good news for us, and we thank the Ghana Health Service and the clinicians, the nurses, and the frontline health workers who are handling all of these for us. Just to give some context very quickly before we move on about Ghana's testing program, our enhanced testing program. We will recall that His Excellency the President gave us a target of trying to get about 50,000 test kits. About 50,000. Today we have picked about 44,421 samples, correct? 44,421 samples as at Saturday, April 11. So what is on the way to the labs is what will bring it to 48. But as at now in the labs, they have samples of 44,000. Now, please pay attention to this. If you want to test how well or how aggressively a country is testing, you look at their ratio of tests to every 1 million of their population. So take Norway. Norway has tested 6,492 people per every 1 million of their population. That's why we say that Norway is the one that is doing the most aggressive testing program, followed by South Korea. They've tested 6,182 per every 1 million of their population. That's why they are set. Australia has done 4,294. Italy has done 3,019. Denmark has done 1,566. Austria has done 1,533. Canada, 1,469. Ireland, 1,359, be number 8. Israel, 1,275. That'll be number 9. Now, over the weekend, where we were was 1,265 per every 1 million of our population in Ghana. That was by the time we had tested 37,954. And as is being explained, where we are now, 40,221, will put us at 1,480 per every 1 million of our population. 1,480 if these statistics mean, assuming the other countries are not upping their numbers, which will not be correct because they'll be upping their numbers. But that clearly puts us even within the first about 10 countries that are aggressively testing. So just to put it in context of the kind of testing program, the enhanced testing program that we're talking about, which the president said was therefore making these 2 weeks a very critical period to guide us forward. So Dr. Abuaji, to you and your team and the clinicians, we are very grateful. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, largely, the general public, as a result of the good work done through mass media and public health education committees at the local level, the general public has been cooperative in observing the measures introduced to fight the pandemic. And as we've mentioned, these include the social distancing protocols, the need to, as much as possible, stay at home, and the preventive etiquette of hand washing and the use of sanitizers. We acknowledge, however, that there's still a good number of persons who have either still not heard or who have not paid particular attention, or who just don't believe all that is being said so far about COVID-19. There are some who also hold certain beliefs that are not backed by science. We need to do more to ensure that the word will reach all of these persons. One person alone, not observe the measures, is a risk to all of us. After all, there was, as is believed, started transmission from just one person far away somewhere in Asia. So just one person here in Ghana who is not observing, all of us at risk. To this end, we're going to step up local level education from this week, and we'll be respectfully praying the assistance of various groups, traditional rulers, media, and a number of others. I want to, at the second part of our presentation, invite the president of the Ghana Journalists Association. I do understand he's here with executives of GIBA and Primpag, and they are working with us to step up through mass media. We have various legs, but as a first leg, through mass media, step up public and communal education. President Afomoni and your team, if you just join us to give us a quick overview of what you've done so far and how you are going to assist us up that level of communal education, first using mass media, and then we'll deal with the other legs of it. Please join us up here at the podium.
Minister, dignitaries, President of Primpag on my left, and Executive Secretary of GIBA on my right, Gloria Aji is the Executive Secretary, and Edwin Atta is the President of GIBA, Primpag. Let me begin by taking a quick inventory of what's happening in the media. A popular TV station, a situational report on COVID-19, which covered a hair-raising spectacle of market women scrambling for tomatoes on a truck which was yet to offload. Then the reporter asked the two men why they would risk their lives by physically mingling and not socially distancing. And one woman said, and I quote, "Minya yara bikra with the sanitizer." And another woman said, and I also quote, "Minko Italy, Siminyebi." This spine-chilling response underlines the need for the media to scale up their game. Now, Dessa said, we've been strategizing to get the media to do a serious engineering of their programming. Reports indicate that in many stations outside Accra, it's business as usual. We see radio and TV stations carrying programs with little or no informative or educational value. So, the minister said, we are going to move all out to change our programming to ensure they reflect the severity of the pandemic and our readiness to combat it with all intensity and ferocity. We've been organizing some programs with the help of the Ministry of Information and Ghana SS. And apart from OT region, which we covered, all the regions have had their turn. And reporting it that the training programs went very well, but in certain instances they were developed by organizational problems. So we believe what will happen to OT will rectify all the challenges identified. We believe that there's a need for more effective collaboration with umbrella bodies of media organizations, IAGJ, PIMPAG, and GIBA. And this will make for coordinated effort at information dissemination. We intend to form a strategic communication team, media strategic communication team. We've done it before. We have a history of conflict, except that in certain instances, that problem has resurfaced in certain areas, but this will not deter us from moving all out to ensure that we win this war against COVID-19. In every war, the confidence to win is a cornerstone of victory, but we believe that by synergistic efforts, by mobilizing all the arsenals at our disposal, we will win this war against COVID-19. My colleagues, Edwin and Gloria, have the liberty to chip in one or two, but I've said it and best repeating that it should not be business as usual. The media should capture the national mood and play a frontal role in the fight against COVID-19. So, Gloria, or Edwin, if there's any. Okay. I thank you.
So, in your kind, okay, maybe more. Your kind say, what did you? Please.
Dear President, a kind say, you know, said Yare, hadrin, war, Krumha, na and Crawford binum, war, a dream beer, Yabudrin who I won't tell say, bid me feel say, a binum Susu say, to me the normal be as a Yare no. ebinom susu sɛ gye sɛ wotu kwan ansa wotumi nya yare ni bi na adwene no enye nokorɛ enti wɔn mo a saafoɔ no wɔn mo saa adwene no ensesa wɔn mo adwene because nye saa ɛnɛtie ɛna ɔka sɛ nsɛntwerɛfo a yɛwɔ kurom ha no yɛwɔ Ghana man mu no yɛsiesie yɛn ho yie sɛ yɛboa na de wubɔ ɛwɔ ɛyɛ COVID-19 ho no akɔ n'anim deɛ yɛyɛ ne sɛ nkran ha Impact members, GIBA members, DJ members, yɛde fans, Ghana Health Service for the Ministry of Information for yɛde fantitiɛ mu bio yɛasen akɔ regions ni nyinaa aka otinko na yɛntinkoɛ bibia akɔ kama nneɛma baako na mmienu ɛna nkɔ yɛn so yɛ human institution yɛgye tum ne yɛgye di sɛ deɛ ɛbɛkɔ so wɔ oti no ɛne bɛ correct all the mistakes ɛna ɔka sɛ baby a yɛduro yi ehia ma sɛ ɛyɛ aban through the Ministry of Information in Ghana Health Service no forming a strategic media communication team and as an issue never had me kakra media a strategic media communication team made up of all the three groups DJ for beka ho ye prepack for beka ho na geba for ebeka na ya bo aban ewo ni dewo bom na wono ye gidi sese yes information beko atebeye in a more coordinated manner because sese de ye huni se newspaper way na akofa ne de bi we net so no akofa ne de radio for tifudo bia fani de ye won namfofo doctor for na wo mo from ne identity information na ye de ba abontin no enye coordinated nti yes sir abanhwe ne mfasa team strategic media communication team ne emra na se ba eni ba ma information na ya no nya ba ba ko chire kura no megina me president di president eni minua ba geba pani anam asre minua no nsɛmtwerɛ fam wo mu sɛ sesie ɔkono bebi a eduro no se na minister for information kan no ayɛ de kakra because numbers ne increase ye be stress yɛmfa yɛ front page ento hɔ yɛmfa mbo dewuro emma COVID-19 wei ho akohia efiri sɛ ya nkomodie na sɛ ebinom nyanteye sɛ yɛne nkrofo wɔ nkurase kasa wɔn nyante ase yi ebinom ate ase but wɔn nim nia ɛwɔ sɛ wɔn yɛ to prevent further spread of the virus nti yɛbɛ sɛ yɛ nuanom nsɛmtwerɛfoɔ yɛntu yɛ ho si hɔ yɛmfa yɛ front page yɛ prime times ɛmmoa de wuro na nkɔ hinterlands no na yɛgye di sɛ yɛ nyinaa bom saa na yare no virus no entumi enkɔ ekyire bebree weekend yɛ atwa mu mi hu video ayɛ yɛ nyɛ ehu bi ha dwen pa video no sɛ obi ewuri edimrike atwa mu ɛna okoshia branch bi no so nkrofo bi bechi enti famisi ewu dem na odi ne share ni dim o se me do share me dem de ende wa wani tuo na odi ne share ni o se ma dia tum o de family ko share na odi ne ko share mu no na omo ye ne omo ye nkrofo na omo di ne chi ne bebo mu omo bebo mu no na obi be ma ni pie na obi sam se e de no so ye hwehwe ewre bi o se atare ne watwam wehu na no so mi hu no so o ewrano o hye owo quarantine center ana wadwane ana yedi nechi ye be fa no ai de nako krachi na titi ne tirimi say o se me dem ho no mu bisa se eti o se wo dem wo na bibia se ayo mesre se yembo de rose sabria ye wo mu yenjai new relationships obi a yennim no yesre moma enu ntwen kakra COVID-19 no ebe nanse ye bo nyame mpa yesre enti moma yembo de wuntie new relationships ehun hia sisi COVID-19 di twem na se ehun hia de a betumi akọ back to this new relationship yesre mo yesre mo se Ni bibia ehia pa ye wa bonten wo kroma yesre tenafie na se na ye wo lockdown ya wo fa kroma kasre nipa bebre ni ade no wo ko kromi won hwe yi a na wo ko hia obi a okura o virus because en teta en nanso yesre nti ye de wo for no mesre se sansem we yen fa inkeno yen ma inkeno kum yen sidu yen ka enka se ema ubia ti asese se yan ye hu yi a yan kra ye hu su ye endi ensa hohoro na ye di ensa kaka ye nim ni nyom nguta hu di ye cheche ne ade yan hwe yi a yan kasa dachi bi ye bebrem ye hu kakra meka che bi nyu ensam chefo no.
So thank you to the GA, to the Ghana Independent Broadcasters Association and PRIMPAG. We have already had training sessions nationwide, I think with the exception of the OT region that is about to complete their training, and Western North region, they are about to complete their training. We've also made available to the media through this collaboration a database of medical doctors who have been trained by the Ghana Health Service. We beg of you that now is the time to spend time giving the scientists, the doctors, airtime for them to talk science and facts to people. Now is the time to give the airtime and the front pages to the epidemiologists, for them to do a more that can wait. Now is not the time for social commentators who purport to know everything about everything. Now is the time to give airtime, front pages to the doctors, to the scientists, to the epidemiologists, for them to talk the science, facts, and guide people. And so we are calling on Olympics in the media through the GJA, GIBA, PRIMPAG, as we are making the experts available to you. Please talk to your members, let them help us, particularly more airtime, more local languages to get the work to ground. And we're happy at your collaboration. We're happy to look forward to going down some more. Now, the next one, traditional authorities remain a major pillar in securing local level compliance. The Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs has been drafted in to assist us get the support of traditional leaders in spreading the word and securing local level compliance. Minister Kofi Jamesi is responsible for chieftaincy. Please join us with an update on how you are going about that so that we can get the word to ground.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister of Information, also known as Na de Urubohine of Ghana, Deputy Minister, ladies and gentlemen of the media, our Director General. Paramount chiefs are the arrowheads of traditional authority and therefore has wider reach and influence by virtue of their reference accorded them by their subjects. The threat and the prevalence of the COVID-19 implies an all-embracing approach, but particularly an approach that speaks the language best understood by people in the various traditional areas. The support of traditional rulers, therefore, is much needed at this crucial time, as they are accustomed with all segments of our social structure in the various communities across the country. In other words, every city, every town, every village that you go to in this country, there's a chief. I wish to mention that the President of the National House of Chiefs, Tobia Fede, the 14th, during their first meeting held in March, urged chiefs to play an active role in the fight against COVID-19, especially through educational campaigns. Most of our traditional rulers are abreast with the preventive protocols, and we encourage others to do so to enable the support in educating their subjects to stem the spread of the disease in their various communities. We have also heard from notable traditional rulers, Otumfo Nana Osetutu, the Yana, the Ochinhine, Osumanche, Nana Nkasa Bwedu, just to mention a few who are helping their communities in different capacities
to support government expediently fight this deadly pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, there are about 360 paramouncies spread in the country, with traditional councils under them. The country has over 600 traditional councils in the 16 regions. We are engaging the paramount chiefs, together with creators and subordinate chiefs, to speak and engage the communities in sensitizing their subjects on the COVID-19 and its protocols laid down by government and Ghana Health Service. Some paramount chiefs may also, through our national television stations and other broadcast media channels, make statements and add a voice to that of government, the Ghana Health Service, civil society, religious bodies, and all other well-meaning entities to emphasize the guidelines and protocols that all citizens must observe, as well as traditional practices that should be suspended by traditional practitioners. Criminals will be actively involved in ensuring other supports to government, that those supports are distributed equitably and the vulnerable in their respective communities. Also, information, education, and communication materials on the COVID-19 protocols and emergency lines will be designed, printed, and shared to the paramounts to use as part of their sensitization efforts. Paramount chiefs may collaborate with municipal and district assemblies and the approved structures in their jurisdiction. I thank you very much for you. Thank you very much.
I want to say to every for us
very quickly. Very briefly. Akbe, Azojina Toba, Egba Machitre, Miaponkumaba, Maglonika Vado Nami. So, Miapa coronavirus, Ikeva Dure Miaduma, Egba, Abanyatu Minyana, Miapa Duklola, Nana Dudan Kufado, Adagbepa. So, coronavirus, Hagbo Glomba, Nanoli, Uzabamiawo, Ikebana, Nenite Unumawo, Ka Ava Dunya Duma, Natunga Pavaji. Ikwanyaba Egba, Nyakuboba, Fisha Fimi, Nyade Miano Nuga, Amu Magano Ha, Susumo, Ikebana, Ovada Fuba, na Dolala de la Marentia, Okivana Novia. Nenamake, Uzaba Nyakroshi, Shafi Kanatuo, Azagbaba, Newodovo na Cross. Alaba coronavirus ama alada ashimnao. Nenamake Nyakuboba sanitizer Yulia, Nuiha Zam, Alaba Amashama Penchina no Kokwe. Can we advance on Yaba Le Ghana to Koma, Fishafi Kanuko, Afiaoli, ye Solomon How Only, Vadusio Only, Ple Amabubo, Ta ever Hiaba Fifia, Miagana, Fiaso Hammer, Akuboba, Yeji Recavaro, Nemiapa Fiao, Alabo Otang Pumna, Dumavio, what's a coronavirus Yagoma? Nade, Anya Naneka, a Wunama, Manya Naneka of Quaba, Warukuna Tuko, Bo, Mozogreju, not Zoreju, Afina Yaga, of a new Zon Fifila Fianya, but number a Kahuiko. Ye, Nitan Mama, Allo, Nimaten Kuboba, Amama, Odo Zeshi, ye Oakley Doyopa, a you don't you, Nakakira to Kokatamoko, Kamiakata Mizuamukuto, Tamir Hudam. Na tuko kata be nyajababa coronavirus ya dodoma amashama na senyama to ato wodo enu kata ko tibo miawoko miawo akpena mi. Minister, thank you. Just two final parts of this social mobilization part. One is to do with some more communication in local languages. I gave some hints earlier. The Honorable Pius Enam Hajide has been leading the effort to ensure that we have a lot more local languages spreading the word. Honorable Pius, please join me with a quick update on that. And then we'll talk about those who are distributing relief items and creating more problems for us. Please join us.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ministers of State, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. To deepen information dissemination on COVID-19 and to carry the entire nation along as our country responds to and combat the deadly coronavirus, the Ministry of Information has engaged the services of the Bureau of Ghana Languages to translate all key communications into local languages. This includes the presidential broadcasts, the Ministry of Information press briefings, and all other policies and major announcements on COVID-19. The Bureau of Ghana Languages has translated these materials into 8 local languages, including Twi, Ewe, Ga, Dagbani, Hausa, Dagari, Nzima, and Kusau. These materials are being made available to all the 10 regional FM stations of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, all the 6 GB television channels, all radio stations and TV stations across the country as content to support their programming. Radio and television stations are encouraged to use these materials to aid in the efforts at deepening public education and cooperation. The Information Service Department has just completed one of its public education campaign. And ladies and gentlemen, the gentleman in your shot, the one before this, the DIO of one of our districts, on his way back from one of our Vancast public education campaigns, was involved in an accident. We invite you to remember him in your prayers. We also invite you to remember all other field officials in your prayers as they do this work. The earlier mentioned translated materials will further be used by the ISD and its collaborating agencies such as NCCE, private sector assisting organizations, and faith-based organizations that are involved with the public education campaign. These translations into the various local languages will also be deployed across the 30 information centers per district, as the information officers have been tasked to employ as part of the campaign. Whilst expressing country's gratitude to the decentralized and other agencies such as the Ghana Education Service, NADMO, Ministry of Food and Agriculture, the Ghana Revenue Authority, etc., we continue to invite other agencies that have logistics to assist the ISD on the ground to join us do this together. I thank you, Honourable Minister.
Honourable Deputy Minister, thank you for that quick update. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are, as I mentioned, at a critical stage where we need a lot more communal understanding and participation, and that's why we're spending time to rally all of you to assist us in various ways to get the word to the ground. Now, we are also obliged to send a very strong word out at this stage to persons who are distributing food relief packs on why they need to ensure that they don't end up compromising the national effort in the process. First of all, we applaud your service and your intentions. But if you do not ensure social distancing guidance and you don't ensure that they are want to encourage you to do well to ensure social distancing is observed at your distribution points. The ministries of local government and the ministries of social protection have issued guidelines on how we should go about food distribution of relief packs. You must make an effort to demarcate standing points so that at least that minimum 1 meter or minimum 2 meter gap is observed. If we don't do it and we are people to crowd and scramble, we will rather probably be causing more horizontal infections than the health that we are purporting to offer. And so we will be uploading these guidelines on the Ministry of Information platforms and social media handles. We want to ask you to observe them. Just as we are having to close some markets for non-observance social distancing protocols, the state will not hesitate to stop persons who are purporting to offer help but are causing more problems in the process. So we want to encourage you, please do well to observe the social distancing guidelines as have been put by the ministries of local government and social protection. I'll quickly move to security and prosecutions, but let me just quickly wrap that up in three. One of my HDNA, any mom say on the Buanco Force, Yadamase, Yeniso de Amoyeno. Name some more than Res Nipano, Ebetiti or Muntem, Abra Woody would be an na Bibi Ecomoma. Ube you in Krana, Umo Crampoa Mancofo, Achayariano Crampoa, Wahaya and Sinsa Uboy. In Tibestre Sabre, ministries of local government, any social protection. Edi nkratwa bakwan ebe faso etumi aduane ache mmoa enkonko fase member ebesre ye internet platforms no so any social media yibina kan na hu kwan abe faso aye ye mpese bedum pempenso ya senia ya toto market bi mu se ye pese nkomoto ye de nanso omo observe social distance omo hwe mani panti to omo ntaminti ya toto ye mpese bedum pempenso bi ebe ka se wonu ma eche aduane ni aboade e krampo no ye mo majai wo baby empen se be sere mo se momma afutu about sene ani papi to mo ntem na nya djuma na amaya nkwanko dube be se ye kase musmunjai. We are in week 3 of the imposition of restrictions in Greater Accra, Greater Kumasi and contiguous districts. The Ghana Police Service and the Ghana Armed Forces have been running a joint operation to enforce the restrictions if it becomes necessary to arrest persons who are being recalcitrant. This morning, I want to invite ACP Lydia Donko, who is head of prosecutions in the Accra region of the Ghana Police Service, speaking on behalf of other heads of prosecutions in the 15 other regions about how they are now moving towards prosecutions of persons who are being recalcitrant and why you should ensure you don't get into that case. ACP, please join us.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Good morning, all protocol observed. The general nature of Operation COVID-19 has been a humanitarian one, and the feedback the police administration has been receiving on a daily basis is that people have largely complied with the directives of His Excellency the President and staying at home and not coming out on flimsy excuses for businesses which are not exempt. So the officers and men you see on the road on a daily basis have snap checkpoints, roadblocks, checking movements of people from place to place. They are enforcing the law and also engaging in some form of public education. So we have people in trotros, in buses, when they get the checkpoints, the police officers on the road engage them and advise them on the need to stay safe and also remember all the protocols that are ensured to protect themselves from this deadly virus. However, there are definitely a good number of people who are recalcitrant. People are leaving their homes. People are still having parties. People are going to the beaches. People are having weddings, which are clearly in violation of what the Imposition of Restrictions Act is. So for these recalcitrant people who are failed to comply, the message is that you are going to be dealt with in accordance with the Imposition of Restrictions Act 1012. Such persons have been arrested. After successful investigations, they are being prosecuted. The breakdown is as follows. So far around the country, 406 persons have been arrested, 103 are in custody, 248 have been granted bail, and 41 have been processed for court. I'm going to give the breakdown per region. So in the Greater Accra region, we have a total number of 161 cases. In the Ashanti region, we have 70 cases. In the Volta region, 67 cases. In the Western region, 8 cases. In the Eastern region, we have 6 cases. In the region, we have 31 cases. In the Bono region, we have 20 cases. In the Northern region, we have 9 cases. In the Central region, we have 24 cases. In Oti region, no cases reported. In the Ahafo region, no cases. In the Savannah region, no cases. In the Northeast region, we have 1 case. In the Upper East region, we have 8 cases. Upper East region, 2 cases. And the Western North region, 8 cases. And lastly, in the Bono East region, no cases. The Ghana Police Service wishes to advise the general public once again to comply with all the rules and regulations governing the Imposition of Restrictions Act. All my colleagues, head of legal and prosecutions in all the other regions, have been charged to ensure that they enforce Section 6 of the Imposition of Restrictions Act 2020, Act 1012. And I will state here for emphasis that if you are arrested, you will be prosecuted after successful investigations. And you are found guilty, you are likely to pay a fine ranging from 12,000 Ghana cedis to 60,000 Ghana cedis, or to a term of imprisonment of 4 up to 10 years, or both. So it is in your own interest to comply with the rules and regulations, ensure that you're staying at home. If you are found on the road and the officers are compelling you to go back home, ensure that you do not engage in any resistance with the officers. If you do that, you are going to be arrested, and definitely you will spend time in our custody and you will not be free to go home. So stay at home, stop the spread, and let's stay safe. Thank you.
ACP, thank you for that very quick brief. The police lawyer Oba Penino, any ebedi hun say emra wo hwa ide adwuma ye cassette ne fia emra actually sabria ye kase Ghana ha nyina pa ahanan ani nsia na police for ache wom say emra ye dia gu akwan mu say omo ntena fia na say mumpie ana say emo mo nya yie mo mo nya parties ye di say se woni nkran ne kumase a wutumi ye nipa ne mro 25 ayefro ne ade ye nyide nja sorry ye ko masarachi ye nya no omachi pa ha 9 nsia omo de omo nte se dogo bi no abet still omanyo so mbe sabri emu aduanan ko de omo de omo akogina court a omo bo omo ko edu no omo koso se ma omo form nsanka won ko nkogina court usia police for ana soldier for no omo no di nkomo se da bi san ko fia na ono mbe yi ano. Yes, I do kujina quarter waso papa. Thank you for that quick update. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, shortly I would invite the minister responsible for communications to give us a quick update on COVID-19 app, as was outdoored yesterday. Before then, we want to deal with stigmatization. It's one of the major challenges generally in disease control and one of the emerging challenges that we are having in our COVID-19 response program in Ghana. In this case, it's the disapproval of discrimination against a person because he or she is thought to have contracted the disease. Now, it has a lot of effects. It makes suspected cases go underground. It makes communities wary of supporting patients or even wary of allowing isolation centers to be put there so that we can support persons even in that community. It makes communities and individuals, or it puts them in a position where they end up just undermining the entire response program. I want to invite Dr. Adjoa Edwin, an advisor to the National Response Team, to speak to the nation at this moment on the challenge we are facing with stigma and what we need to do to reverse it. Doc, please join us with that quick update.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Good morning, and all protocol observed. Just a bit of correction. I'm Ama Edwin, not Ajua. So basically, we'll be looking at the challenges that we are facing with stigmatization, as the Honorable Minister mentioned. When we talk about stigma, we're talking about a group of people or an individual who is treated differently based on something we perceive as being something we don't want to be in touch with or associated with. And in this case, we're talking about COVID-19. So what is happening now is that we have patients who have been diagnosed with COVID-19, we have their families, we have healthcare workers who work in facilities, all being stigmatized. And when it happens that we end up labeling them, stereotyping them, discriminating against them, treating them separately, and then they lose their status in the society. Why is this happening? It is happening because COVID-19 is a new disease with a lot of unknowns. When it started in Ghana, it was seen as a vulgar disease, having disease, because it was those who had a history of travel who were having it. But now it is in the wider community, and so we need to look at it. The Honorable Minister highlighted some of the impact, and this is what we are seeing in the facilities. I work at the University of Ghana Medical Center, and so we occasionally have patients who come and are not forthright with travel history or history of contact because of stigma. I'll give you an example. A colleague shared with me that she had been managing a woman with hypertension with a group of drugs that cause cough. Cough is a side effect of what we call the ACE inhibitors or ARBs. So in managing her, the doctor was trying to find out whether she's experiencing a cough. So she asked her, are you coughing and do you have any history of cough? The woman said, no cough at all. So later on the doctor said, okay, when you do cough, let me know, because the drug that I've given you can cause a dry cough. He's like, oh, doctor, sir, but the reason why she didn't say so is fear of stigma. She thinks that once I have a cough, I'll be diagnosed with COVID-19, and once you have COVID-19, you'll be stigmatized. So how can we deal effectively with stigma? We know things that work for us, so let's look at a few. We need to build trust in our health system. Stigma often starts from within. All my life I've worked in mental health, and nowhere stigma emphasized or stigma as real in mental health, where even when you are a practitioner, I remember those days, yes, 96, working at a psychiatric hospital. Even my husband who was stigmatized because his wife worked in the psychiatric hospital. But we also know things that we can do that can fight stigma. So having reliable information is one. We know that regularly the Ministry of Information, together with the Ghana Health Service, the Director General is here, update us with what is happening. So you have to have the know-how, and then we show empathy to people who are being affected. We have a saying that says that if you see your neighbor's beard on fire, you collect water, you fetch water and put it against, not because yours will catch fire too, but in case it catches fire, you have water to douse the fire. We have community spread. We never know who is going to get it. So let's be empathetic to those who have it, so that when you have it, the same way you treat others, you will get the support. But if you stigmatize others, next time it might be you. We also need to understand the disease, and that's why I'm so happy about the education that's being done in various languages. And then we should adopt practical measures that work. But in terms of the bigger picture for all of us, I'm going to talk about 3 things that we can do. Words matter. So we'll first look at the do's and don'ts of stigma. Then do your part. We are all involved, so we all have to do our part. And I'll give a few communication tips to the meeting. So what are the do's and don'ts? Let's look at some of them. Talk about people who have COVID-19. Don't talk about COVID-19 case. It's not this. The person is a person first. So a patient or a person with COVID-19 or being treated for COVID-19, recovering from COVID-19. We don't want you to say COVID-19 case, COVID-19 suspect, COVID-19 probable. That is stigma generating. We talk about people who are presumptive to have the disease rather than suspect, because the police officer just spoke. Once we use the word suspects, it's like you've done something wrong, and that is what is in people's. So what you want to say is that this is a person or a patient who is thought to have COVID-19 or may have it. It's also important that you talk about the fact that, oh, this person traveled and contracted the disease rather than he traveled and brought the disease to Ghana. One of the things the media will do, they go so much always looking for a zero, the index case, and tracing them. Why is that so important? It is here. We need to look at how we can manage it. It's very important that you don't talk about people infecting others. Super spreads. It's a word that is bundled often. But once I identify a person or a group of people as super spreaders, you are stigmatizing the whole community, not just a person. Do share accurate information, tested information. Forwarded it. If you hit the don't even read what they are forwarding, what is the essence? What you want to do is to make sure that the information you are sharing is true, it's empowering, it will help people deal with what they are going through, it will not generate fear and anxiety in people. We also need to talk about the effectiveness of preventive measures when done. Stay home. Keep social distancing. Avoid touching your mouth, your eyes, and nose. So the acronym is avoid touching men. The acronym is an acronym. Avoid touching your mouth, your eyes, and your nose. MEN, men. Avoid touching men. It's actually acronym. That is stigma. My director general says that is stigma. I'm in trouble. Okay. But so these are some of the do's and don'ts can do. Do your part. We all have a role, whether you are in government, whether you are a civil society member, whether you are a media, whether you are a key influencer. There are things that we need to do. I've already talked about the fact that when you are sharing information, share facts, share what is true, what is empowering, what they encourage people. Don't highlight the negative so much. Let's engage the social influencers and community members. You know, people who will be readily listened to if they start to speak. We need to amplify the voices and stories of people who have been through it. And there are people who have been through it, ranging from medical doctors to business people to the ordinary person. These are narratives we can tell. These are stories we can share, because you get to know that most of the people who do get these disease recover. Most people get mild disease. Many people get or the proportion that get moderate to severe disease. It's not the majority. We talk about that, but let's highlight the positive stories. Let's start hero campaigns when we've seen people who have overcome odds, especially in line of COVID-19. Let's highlight these things. Let's honor our caretakers and our workers and our frontline workers. I work in UGC, which is a treatment facility. I wear PPEs, I do that. But sometimes, you know, even within the community, in hospitals, I'm not talking about my hospital, but you work in a place that is solely for COVID-19, you go home, people see you differently, you interact, people see you differently. Let's focus on ethical journalism. You know your ethics, you know the stories you're supposed to spread. Let's focus on that, and let's link people up to services. One of the things that is being done, and the Honorable Minister forgot to mention it when he was talking about people, is the Ghana Psychological Association has been providing psychosocial support. The numbers out there. So if you are anxious, if you're worried, if you feel stigmatized, if you feel discriminated against, just call any of the numbers and you will get help. And in terms of communication, let's not spread misconceptions. Let's not spread rumors. Let's not spread things that will bring fear into our society. Let's correct misconceptions, and let's promote the importance of prevention. We can fight, we can win this. Kakra me pese meka otwi mansa na matena se yare ya abaya ye friend of COVID-19 enye eniwudie ukonya enye se boni bi na waye se wutu kwan po na ni nti wunya baya enye won phone so wan tu kwan se ukoje re na ba na wode abesane enkrofo enti wunya yare bia me pa cho enfant na fi ko hospital Frontline because se ye hu ntma eni betumi aboa ba ye nim se the way ya enkrofo eye ni nti ebinum nya yare na no mo pese o mu disma because ebia obeko hospital ye beje na to ho no nsiesie nechi anase nebusuafo recently kan ebi o store obi enya bi wo honti ne busuani bi edidwa enkrofo mbeto ade e wo ho bi omo to store dum inti me pa cho social media nyuma bebre wo ho enye bibia wo nsaka ene o se wo forward epinum wo ho kra ade na omo fadi nupo omo nkan ye ne yesesa nkrofo ya yese na we ya yese ye ana ye ma yare no ye asadia ya ne ye ni wudie ye stigmatizing inti nipa kono obi po a onka oba house so a onka no krenti ye pam cho enkenka omo wo media no se mudi nkrofo oba mo fa nkrofo mu betumi abekasa na mo betumi achichi ye nre o betumi ahye ye nkran o betumi ama oman ne tumpo na kase se yare wunye bikura ensro because nyoma bebre wo ho a ye betumi aye ne ye diaboa na mijedi pa se ye nyina ye mu na ye yafam ne ehu se ye wo community metumi nya bi nyese me ye ejuma wo hospital nko na metumi because hospital no ohona me wo no minim so mo omo sure me sure mo no de omo yare ni bi inti me bo me ho ba but se bi a haya ye we anase wo kokrum anase wo baby obi wo ho na oni bia metumi nya bi inti no se ye ina ye si ya dream pise yare obinya bi emma ye nhimi no ye nhuro no ye mpam no ye nye no ha o si ye ka ho bom o se ye kire nuado ye kire ya nuado erade atum ye betumi overcome this. Thank you.
I'm not charging for the hand sanitizer. Sorry.
Now you buy me.
Thank you, Dr. Ajua Edwin.
Edwin.
Dr. Edwin, thank you. Forgive me. It's corona pressure. Just to put a few things in perspective, I think I've already noticed a number of news websites reporting that we have mentioned here that 10 persons have died. I'm not too sure if it's because somebody misspoke or they misheard us. Just to be clear, Dr. Abuaje's data is that 8 persons have died. So our colleagues in the media who are writing online, please make that correction. 8 persons have died. But 70 persons have been cured. That means they've tested negative after the second, 2 negatives after treatment. 2 negatives after treatment. Okay. So 17 persons have been cured. That means they've tested negative twice after going through treatment. There are 66 others who have gone through treatment and have tested a first negative, and we are in the process of getting them their second test. Fingers crossed they will also test negative. And that is what would hopefully eventually bring our numbers to 83. We haven't said 83 people have recovered. Please. We have said 17, and then we have said 66 who have gone through a first negative test. And eventually, if hopefully we get the second test also negative, that is what will bring us to 83. So our colleagues in the media, please help us to get that context right. Now, Dr. Amma Edwin spoke about the spread of false or inaccurate information on social media, sometimes with the excuse that, oh, I just forwarded it as I received it. Indeed, last night you saw some fabrications going around that our case was around 1,000 and something. We'll deal with those ones later. But let me just read a section of Act 755. Hopefully your future prosecution numbers will include this. Act 755, the Electronic Communications Act 2008, Section 76. A person who by means of electronic communication service knowing sends a communication which is false or misleading and likely to prejudice the efficiency of life-saving services or to endanger safety of a person, a ship, aircraft, vessel, or vehicle, commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of not more than 3,000 penalty units or to a term of imprisonment of more than 5 years or both. A person is taken to know that a communication is false or misleading if that person did not take reasonable steps to find out whether the communication was false, misleading, reckless, or fraudulent. Subsection 2 does not apply to the operator or provider of the network or service over which a communication is sent. Later, I also read the provisions of spreading false news with the view to cause fear and panic. There are laws in this country against these. You will not be excused by saying, I didn't know, I was just sharing it, I was just forwarding it, especially when, with great respect, the same phone on which you are sharing, if you just went to the Ghana Health Service website or the Ministry of Information website, the same phone and data, you will get the accurate information. You will not be excused for spreading the fake one and saying, you didn't know. So we'll come to a bit of these later. Honorable Minister for Communication, since we are talking about communication, please join us and tell us about the COVID-19 app, after which the clinicians and the first responders have a quick word for us, and then we'll take questions and answers. Honorable Minister.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. And before I come to the app, I'd like to share a few things about what the communication sector is also doing to assist in fight against COVID-19. The telecoms companies have all zero-rated, i.e. they provided the service at no cost to customers who browse all educational sites and all websites for the Ghana Health Service and Ministry of Information. So if you go to the Ghana Health Service website, you're not using any data. If you seek information from the Ministry of Information's website, you're not using any of your data. It has been zero-rated and it is for free. They're also providing support with the emergency numbers 112 and 311 to help the fight against COVID-19 and all the other emergency numbers that are being used by the Ghana Health Service. As you're all aware, data usage has also increased dramatically during this period of lockdown, and there is congestion on all the networks, and so the quality of telecom services to the general public has been affected by this. I say the traffic jams have moved from the streets online. And so the President has directed that the ministry, the NCA, should give more bandwidth, more spectrum at telcos during this period for free, and that has been done. Fortunately, we have only a limited amount of spectrum currently available, and that has been given to the two telcos that are bearing the brunt of it, Vodafone and MTN. Airtel Tigo has sufficient spectrum, and so Vodafone and MTN have been giving the additional spectrum for 3 months, because we do need to reserve some for emergencies like this, and so we can't give it them permanently. So they've been giving it to use for the next 3 months for free, and hopefully that would help reduce the pressure on their networks. We can also help further by changing our online behavior a little bit. If you don't have to make a video call, don't make a video call. or call on WhatsApp or any of these platforms. Make your normal phone call. It will go through, but you conserve the data that you use. Let's limit the downloads of movies and music and stuff like that. We already have some saved on our phones. TVs are also working. Let's see how we can utilize the available mediums that we have to reduce the pressure on the scarce data that we have. And now maybe it's time for you to read that book that you've put aside for a long time. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with using data, but let's see how we can also modify our use of data to see that we can conserve it. The ministry is also working with StarTimes using the 300 digital satellite villages, digital villages project to screen free educational content for all our students in the village. As you may recall, in 2008, this project donated 6,000 decoders, 600 projector TVs, and 300 TV sets, which are all solar powered, to 300 villages around the country to facilitate digital communications. That infrastructure is being utilized with the Ghana Education Service to showcase the Ghana Learning TV so that our children that are at home can also use this project. We're also working to establish virtual offices for some 300,000 public sector workers utilizing our smart workplace project. There currently are 20,000 workers already using it, which makes it possible for them to work virtually, securely from home. And government business has worked. We don't know how long this is going to last. We hope it won't take very long, but if it does, we also have to explore other ways of using technology to facilitate our government-to-government citizen engagement. And this is a secure platform that the ministry is working with the Ministry of Finance to make available to all MDAs. I'll use this medium to urge the chief directors and heads of agencies to answer simple questionnaires that we've already sent to them, so that we can position them and put them on this platform to enable them to work. It would also enable them to have meetings through audio or video conferencing. And the connectivity can be anywhere, anytime, and on any device. PCs, laptops, tablets, and on smartphones as well. And the telcos have also zero-rated this service. And so we can use the Smart Workplace platform for free while this period lasts. We're also using technology to assist the Ghana Health Service to fight the coronavirus pandemic. And on 23rd March, His Excellency the President signed the Executive Instrument 63 on establishment of emergency communications services. Now, that has already is being set up with telecoms companies using the metadata behind our phone communications. It is not collecting the content of anybody's communication. We're not interested in who is saying what to whom or who is sending which message to whom. We don't even know who, we don't have the names of anybody. We're just using the phone numbers and the locations to be able to assist the Ghana Health Service track incidents of this virus and to enable them to target their interventions more accurately. Now, the COVID-19 symptom tracker is also an easy-to-use digital tool that's designed to help people self-report their symptoms and assess their health situation for COVID-19 risk. As Dr. Edwin indicated, people are reluctant to even tell whether or not they're facing or experiencing any of these symptoms, but through the app can give the accurate information anonymous, just giving their phone numbers and their locations. That information will be analyzed and will be given to the health service who would know which areas are having symptoms that are akin to the virus symptoms, to enable them send the contact tracers to those areas, to those locations. Responses. It is not providing general information about the virus. There are lots of resources already available, and we wanted a simple to use tool which anybody at all could utilize to report their symptoms. The data is also encrypted, so no personal information, name, ID or address is recorded on the platform. However, it will record the people's GPS location as they move. The launch was held yesterday, and I must thank the musicians who also performed for free to lift up the spirits of those of us in lockdown and educate the public through music as well. People are questioning why we had a virtual concert to launch this app, but I think that the musicians also saw it as an opportunity for them to also give something back. Those are the skills that they have, and the feedback we indicates that quite a lot of people appreciated the performances, and through that they also learned a bit. And I can report that as at this morning, there are 16,000 downloads already, even though it's just through the web link on Android. And the reports on it are interesting. About 100 of those have reported symptoms which are likely to be corona-related. So we'll pass on that information to the National Health Service. So out of the 16,000 plus, we have 100 that are of interest that would make it easier for them to target and locate. Now I'll encourage everyone to also utilize the app. And we're working with the Apple Store to make it available on Apple. But the information we got was that many of the smartphones in this country are Android based. And so we figured that by making it available for Android users quickly, we would reach a larger population as quickly as possible, while we worked with the App Store to also make that available. It is Ghana specific. Interested in what is happening in our country. I know there are others that are looking globally and collecting that information globally. But yedi yefie asem. We're interested in tracking the virus in our country. And so it is specifically designed for use within Ghana to help us to collect the data as quickly as possible and zero in on possible areas of interest so that we can work on that. It is not just for those who have smartphones. We recognize quite a number of our people have YAM phones, and so it has USSD capabilities as well. If you dial *769#, somebody will receive that call and lead you through the steps to answer the simple questions to let us know whether or not you may be having symptoms that are likely to be corona related. So we would encourage all of us to work together using the simple tools that we have at our disposal. They are domesticated. They are designed for our own circumstance to help us all to stay safe together. This is not the time to fight each other. Let's all come together to fight the virus. And if anybody has any suggestions as to how we can improve the setup, all those suggestions are also welcome. Okay. Pancho said maka brofono tromono sanofum kakra meka na mfanchame. Kakra meka ye ne se your Ministry of Communications any your juma your no any telecoms companies ni agencies anyone ye juma no mo so mo kakra wa mo ye dia boa coronavirus or how ya abeyi ne se websites are yedi esi ho se yedi bebo dawuru afa
sa virus yi ho aye Ministry of Information and Ghana Health Service apomudin as any Ministry of Health apodin aso for no wa wobekọ ho bia no wo use data telcos na ye no say wobekọ ho a 0 rated ho kabia inti dawro bia na information bia beba benya any of those websites no free. You hear your phone so I'm said there be a network be a also be a almost the simple messages be to so a boy and coco and kayes nyama a was a ye be a phone use networks a war or memo hebia ebedi a dance yes there be a networks ne my and some messages no so omonye sikabia e wo ho emergency numbers na ye dia ba 112 any 11 any day a war a finish wo machine nyina no eno nso so wokọ ho no mo o fresh number na eno so wo mbọ ho ekabia na ye nyina mpani akase yi yare yi enante na yen na ye nante ye de echi no nti ye ntena fie ni no ye wo fie no ye use ye data no amanfo wo ye phone ni so intinka traffic be walker kwan so no sisi a enam you can say online you can say otwi abefo ntentan so enenam traffic ne ko abefo ntentan no eso nti mampani aka se ye ne won entena se ne hwe kwan e ba so a ye betumi ama omo atumi atre on emfidie ni mu na atumi aduru amanfo atumi ayusu me pipe ni mu kakra na kwan medem kakra na traffic jam no enko form kakra enti yama won spectrum akra ye de afem won na twe bosome miensen yi a esi yanimi omo hwe se beboa omo nwumakuo no na omo so won ho ahare won kakra na se nipa dodo na eyusu yen phones yen computers ni ade enti pressure aso nti eho achi kakra ti ye besre se ye na nso ye hwe kwan a ye betumi afa so a ye beboa won na won ho so ahare won kakra ti ade a betumi afa phone kasa frɛ no fa telephone ne frɛ menye WhatsApp call menye video call ye hu ya adofo animu a eye nanso ye nsusu yusu no saa na emma ye free data ne app na se ye bibie hia pa se wo se ye no ye kwa na nkwa akotoko ewo ye gusua ne won edi nkita ho ahwe kwan a be fa so a omo be services no ebe boa ye nyina na ba ko a saa yare ya kire ye ne se ewo yapo muden enhyehyɛ no ye hyemu ekena ena ye abefo ntentan telecoms nhyehyɛ ne nsoso no nsoso ye hyemu ekena se pa na ntumi entu anamo a ne nkomodie no obedi ne mfram nti saa infrastructure ne nsoso ewo se ye hyemu ekena nti saa edwumadie no ye behwe na yaye ye next times any Ghana Education Service and so project na year 2018 na this 6,000 decoders 600 projector TVs akese any 300 TVs equal 300 in Kronketwa around Ghana no ye use sa infrastructure no near the abwa ye mebune ye kunkwala no mo de esuade e Ghana Learning TV no so em say nekrami hu say DSTV so e wo so any GTV nyina utumi kɔ hɔ no mo a utumi nya saa Ghana Learning TV no wasuade abefo ekwan so na ye boana aban adwuma ye fo nso so omo atumi atena fie se ba se wo se na fie ni echa omo atumi atena fie no mo aye adwuma edi kita ho no safely o how bi amre omo adwuma no ana krankre no ana omo inkomodie na wo mudie no na ama abo ye aye secure platform who's the message sana montuo no na adeboyefo antumi ankobo awuramu enhu nti minim say other platforms wo hobo ye secure platform a ya bambo hyehyeye wo ho nyina yaye nti udi dwuma wo ho ase oni no eti wanimu a wonanu nkitahudi enti yen documents a yede kɔ ba ne nyinaa entra nkɔ abɔnten kasa na ye kan bifoforo eni mfoni na yeyi wɔ so ne nso so bambo hyehyɛ ne nyinaa pepepe wɔ ho yɛpɛsɛ bɛyɛ 300,000 public sector workers nnwuma ku ɛwɔ yɛ ministries departments the agency no etumi use sa platform yi ɛde yɛ adwuma nti yɛ Ministry of Finance yɛn ho hyehyɛ mefa sɛnya iso ama chief directors any heads of agencies ne nyina send one questionnaires bi ɔmo mfamrɛ yɛn na yɛntumi ɛnhyɛ na yɛnyɛ ɛnhyehyɛ no na ɔmo ntumi nyɛ adwuma ɛwɔ device biara so either on laptops on computer on tablets and now on smartphones ne nyinaa etumi yɛ adwuma ɛwɔ baabiara ɔwɔ biara hyehyɛ nso telecoms no ɛnyɛ yɛn ho esika na yɛtumi ayɛ saa hyehyɛ no yɛpɛsɛ yɛfa abɛɛfo kwan so ɛboa yɛn apɔmuden aso yɛyɛfoɔ nso no mutumi ɛyɛ nhyehyɛ a ɛbɛboa na yɛhu sɛnea yare yi ɛtene ɛfa enti mampani ɛde ne nsa ahyɛ kata bi ase sɛ ɛma yɛntumi si yɛne telecoms companies ne bɛtase ne yɛayɛ emergency communication system bi ɛbɛboa ɛno mu bi ne yɛde app yi bɛdwa enra Ghana COVID-19 symptom tracker application eno nye apomudi enhyehyɛ de rubo so no ye pese ankrankre na wo hododo watu kwan bi aba ni obi a wanya saa yare ni bi esan wutiri mu ntene wo papa ayam hyehyɛ kakra wo mu sa hwe ayare menya bia na nya bia wo kɔ hɔ no mu a ebisa simple questions bi o answer na ye tena kire ne yehwe a na ase wo betumi aba contact with ayare bia na akire wo ne wo ba be ye the information na ma apomudemfo na wa kire wo telephone number wo location to te ho mesrese mu use Ghana Post digital address no de be de beba ofie pe ana wo ni bi na kire ye baby a wo na apomudemfo no contact us ne beba wa na ase no mo aba be yi wo sample ni bi no mo akwa hwehwe mu ahwese ampa yare ni bi wanya bi ana se ye resource ni na wonya bi a wakoma ato yem when bin so a ya ba be fa ni amawo ayare sa ya be hwe wo yare no amawo nti eno nyo na ba be hu na watenetene nsa bi ato so epo nani akire wa na ya ye wo han we de wa ni phone na wa fra onipa ko no onimu wo telephone number ni baby a won ko ana wo hia ye hu a ya ba ya behwe oni wabusuafo ni nyina oni wonte efie ye mu no ye take one sample no ye ma Ghana enti ye nim se de ya setena mu esitie enti ya simple app a obia betumi enya ha ne ba be yin konya bi ana ye ba be dandanda ye ho a simple to use application nim se omo use Android phones ne so dos esen omo use iPhones no nti ya share here with Android iPhone de no ye ho hyehyɛ na watwi be kwa wiye no na hyehyɛ no esi na enra ye launch ye be pema na pay no na nipa apem hesia sane account 1,600 apem ahensia apem ni ahensia sem kan sem ano funfum amo fanchem 16,000 apem dunsia thank you and I download fee and launch and launch be pem na pay impim dunsia and I download send one information ye hwehwemu ne nso so beye ne akire na omo what symptoms ye betumi edi akire nti this information ne be ma apomudfo tinya afi ne ba be empim dunsia nyina akira kwan ye hu se ohape na ye of interest no ma apomudfo no won ho hare won ne atumi ho direct ne ne won akodi further in Kitahuno. That's the beauty or a app yi and who near money ye and nikano ɛno no ɛboa yɛn ma yɛtumi sɔne so kakra ma yɛhu neɛ ɛhia paa no na yɛakɔhwɛ mu nti yɛbɛboa sɛ neɛ yɛyɛ nyɛ deɛ obi kasa a ɔka wɔ ne phone so anaa data a ɔsɛnde anaa mfoni a ɔhu ne hia yɛn phone nankasa number ɛne baabi a ɔne ne wɔ no ɛho ne hia yɛn nti yɛnya saa information yɛn ne ɛka ɛno ho a ɛboa apɔmudenfoɔ no na ɔmutumi zero in straight away ɛwɔ baabi a how no anhwɛ a ebi wɔ no yɛbɛsrɛ ma ne si yɛn nyinaa yɛntena fie sɛ ɛho hia paa sɛ yɛkɔ kurom a yɛntena fie yareɛ ne nan yɛn ne yɛde kyi wankɔ nso so a wɔnkɔfa yarebɔne bia ɛmmɛ fie ɛmmɛha wo ne wɔsuafoɔ wotu fie a wote w'adeɛ so ɔhaw bia ɛmba nti we can't overemphasize it when so nyɛ sikafoɔ yareɛ anaa ahiafoɔ yareɛ anaa akɛsefoɔ anaa ateateafoɔ anaa tuntumfoɔ anaa akɔkɔɔfoɔ etumi sae obiara nti nhyehyɛe yi na yɛde agu akwan mu yɛbɛsrɛ yɛn nyinaa sɛ yɛm baabi efiri baayɛ no san kɔ yɛn nyinaa yɛn ho hare yɛn ɛda mas.
Honorable Minister, thank you. I think one of the good things about the period in which we are is that we are all being forced to become bilingual. I think it's to take your questions and to respond. For those in our press pool who, because of social distancing, are not you are on the WhatsApp platform. You can please send your questions in if you have done them already, and we'll designate one of your colleagues to read out your questions. For those who are here, we'll take your questions. Just before I do that, is our quarantine facility still open? Is the mandatory quarantine facility still open, or has everybody been exited at this point? Dixon from National Security, please join me with a quick answer to that one. And then the first responders. I understand that the first responders made up of the clinicians in the hospitals who are taking care of our colleagues who have tested positive, and those in the ambulances, they have a quick word for us. Mrs. Zakaria, please ready, very quickly. And then if I see your indication by hand, I invite to ask your question. Dixon, very quickly. The quarantine is still open. Where are we on that one?
Okay. Honorable Minister, thank you so much. So the Honorable Minister for Information, Honorable Minister for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Honorable Minister for Communication, and Queen Mother for Achim Esiem. I hope I'm correct. Thank you. Honorable Minister, we met here about 21 days ago on the 24th day of March 2020, and I informed this August Assembly that we had launched a special national security operation dubbed Operation COVID Safety, which was conceived and launched pursuant to the President's own directive to the national security community that we constitute an operation to support the Ghana Health Service to do three things: testing, tracing, and treatment. The first major task of the Joint Task Force was the mandatory quarantine of arriving passengers, travelers, and cases from outside of our borders. The operation, as you well know by now, was a resounding success to our fight to defeat the virus. Ladies and gentlemen, we have completed a large-scale infection and fumigation exercise of all holding facilities used for the national quarantining plan to ensure that each of them is quite safe and indeed 100% safe for public use. We have made a very aggressive effort to go around each of them to verify the extent of fumigation, extent of disinfection, and we're satisfied that that effort has been properly also executed. It's a commitment that, Mr. Minister, we made early through the holding facilities, and it's a promise that government intends to really keep. Now, over the last 2 weeks, many of you have noticed, for instance, that the Operation COVID Safety Joint Task Force had also taken notice, just like all of us, of the emergence of fake and doctored videos, and as well as old videos, incidents of security operations that had no bearing with the current lockdown situation, thereby attracting very adverse public uproar and things like that.
Now, Operation COVID Safety stepped up public engagement and community affairs program, the PACE program, to disabuse the public mind, and that also was very, very successful. We actually want to send a word of caution to those who engage in those mischievous behaviors, that creating and disseminating fake videos is a serious crime. And it's a serious crime, like the Honorable Minister rightly said, under the Electronic Communications Act. So in very few isolated cases that we have seen excesses, or which have been reported to us, we are taking the urgent steps of withdrawing those members of personnel from the front lines and investigating the matters that have been called also into issue. We would want to assure the Ghanaian populace that at this moment, what we are doing with the operation is that simple. We are changing gears. We want you to know that we're taking the President's instructions seriously. Stay at home. This is a mantra from the operation. Stay at home for us while we stay at work for you. Stay at home for us while we stay at work for you. And with that, I'd want to end by just reiterating the President's own mantra that these are extraordinary times. All of us have a role to play. We must endeavor to observe the social distancing and the hand-washing protocols. We must also wear the face mask. And when we are out, please that mask be on you. And we encourage all of us, including those that we have control over, those who work with us, those who are with us, to also do the same, to wear the face mask, to sanitize their hands, to maintain the social protocols of social distancing. Thank you so much.
Dixon, thank you for that quick word from National Security. Yes, while you do that, Professor Zakaria, a quick word from the first responders, particularly those in the ambulances. Please share it with us, and then we'll take the question.
Yeah. Honorable Minister of Information, Honorable Minister of Communication, Honorable Minister. We want to bring to the attention of the general public that as far as the fight against COVID-19 is concerned, it's a shared responsibility. And because we are an interface between community and the hospitals, I really want to emphasize the role everybody has to play as far as this is concerned. Before I do that, I just want to mention that of all the cases that have been mentioned, over 270 of them had to be moved from one location to the other by the ambulance service because of one medical condition or the other. And out of this, the breakdown is as follows. Up to 235 are in Greater Accra, 10 in Kumasi, we have 8 in the northern region, 1 in Upper West, 2 in Upper East. We had some 9 suspected cases in Savannah, fortunately all negative. Then naturally we have 1 central region as well. Now, what we need to also understand is that the origin of these patients are from hotels 118, hospital 64, residence 80, FM stations 2, police station 5, and immigration office 1. Now, let me just explain what this whole fight is about, so that once we understand that, we know what to do. Now, as far as COVID-19 is concerned, it's now considered a crisis, which is a mass casualty incident, and this is what we call biological mass casualty incident, or biological MCI. Now, the reason we continue advocating for stay at home is this. Even in the most advanced countries, their health structure is not able to cope. And what happens is that if you have so many people falling sick at the same time, to seek health care, you know the limited number of doctors, limited number of nurses, paramedics definitely will not be able to cope. And so when they talk about flattening the curve, it means that the lesser you attend the health facility, the better the health facility is able to cope. So by staying at home, it means that practicing social distancing is trying to flatten the curve. And when that happens, that will really go a long way to slow the rate of transmission of the disease. Now, anytime you hear that a COVID-19 case has been confirmed, it means that someone in the community who was harboring the SARS-CoV-2 has transmitted it to another person. So it's advisable to stay at home so that at least we all help to slow the rate of transmission. Now, coming back to the role everybody has to play, for the community with information, the reason is that the paramedics will have to attend to all cases. But if you don't help them get the necessary information so that they take the necessary precautions, they are likely to be the source of transmission. For example, if you have to transport a case that is COVID, but because of hiding the information, the patient is transported like an ordinary case, you are jeopardizing and risking the life of everybody involved in the treatment. The other thing we need to know is that we really don't have the capacity, just like the other countries. On Sunday, the first air transport of COVID case was done. And this was a case from Bolga to Tamale and to Accra. Just to let you know, this patient needed to be on oxygen throughout. The patient's condition was such that she was oxygen dependent. Anytime the patient was off oxygen, the saturation was 85%. And oxygen, it shot up to 99%. What it means is that this patient didn't have this care, will have lost the patient. So just to base the point that once we stay at home, we're going to reduce the number of people who are going to be sick. If we don't, and many people get sick at the same time, our health system is going to get overwhelmed and there's no way we can cope. So when they say stay at home, it means that you're trying to help. If you don't stay at home, you are becoming an enemy of the state because it means you are part of the problem. Therefore, it is not advisable to go out when it's not necessary. The other reason we need to emphasize is this. When the paramedics arrive, you should know that once they are protecting themselves, they are supposed to provide a face mask to the patient as well. So I just want you to know that a lot of the resources will also be needed in the pre-hospital setting. Because apart from paramedics protecting themselves, when they arrive to attend to a patient, as part of best practices, it means the patient will have to wear a face mask to prevent the patient coughing and sneezing on the health care attendants, and also to ensure that we don't transmit the disease. So this is just in a nutshell to let you know that a lot is happening behind the scenes, and there's a lot of pressure, even the pre-hospital care attendants. And this one advice to our health facilities. I'll give you an incident that happened, which was very unfortunate. A hospital called the paramedics to come for a suspected case. They came to the patient, all right, but the hospital was not patient enough to allow for arrangement to be made at the treatment center. They forced the paramedics to take this patient. The paramedics took the patient to the isolation center, only to get there to realize that the beds were full. When they were returning the patient to the hospital that called for the service, they refused to allow the ambulance in and they closed their door. I just want you to understand that we should treat COVID cases as if they are cast, or maybe as if they have some serious disease that is not curable. They've just talked about stigmatization. I'm not going to repeat that, but just to let you know that we all have a role to play. And to also understand that there must be collaboration and cooperation. When a patient is already receiving care at a hospital and it's a suspected case, please don't be in a hurry to send the patient out. Helping to contain the situation. So before I end, I just want to add that service is because you think we don't need the PPEs. We do. We even do need them more. Because when we go to a patient, we have to give the patient a face mask to wear. So if you have any donations, please, we are still available. Thank you very much. Okay, fortunately, I'm supposed to translate in 1 minute this in my dialect, which is Sunja. Nana, Burana, Anya Kunyega, Anya Sanankang, Fubai Fulat, Ketchidagan and Kubal Parame Point Lat, Nimulong Adagan Fuba Febutu, Fuba Nukumu, Fented Tan Sarkisa, Amzukusanya Sanankang Nana, Asan Kusunga.
So how do we thank you in your language? Thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to take your questions and provide answers at this point in time. Just to quickly mention that as we are now getting a lot more public education, those in communities that are rejecting isolation centers being put up there, you understand that we all have to be a part of the solution, not a part of the problem. At our next briefing on Thursday, the Ministers for Trade, Energy and Finance will join us with some more details of the President's instructions and how they are implementing them there. But we continue with the mantra that be a part of the solution, not a part of the problem. concerned, but don't panic. Follow the instructions, stay at home, stop the spread, and let's all stay safe. I'll take the first 3, and then we will take another batch. Yes, sir. Kojo?
I'm Kojo from Citi TV. Honorable, please permit me. I have 4 questions. One on the COVID tracker, education, and security and emergency numbers.
Very quickly.
So on the COVID tracker, the minister explained very well how that works, but then we are asking how safe, because when you're downloading the app, it asks for so many permissions on your phone, and these days we know system and work with such apps. So please, how safe is the app? Because at the back end there are so many permissions being asked when you are downloading.
So how safe is it?
Yes, please.
Let's go to the next
And then
one.
the emergency numbers, the 112 and 311, how can deaf community benefit directly because they can't make calls on these numbers? And then the third one, the online and e-learning platforms. It seems we did not take into consideration persons with disability or children with special needs. Are there any arrangement for such children who are home visual impaired and then hearing impaired? And then with security, we're getting reports that some police officers are still not getting their stipend and then food on the field. This may demoralize them. And then some beneficiaries of the food being distributed, you know, some dry food. Are they being...
some eat what?
Dry food. I mean, the food that some have special cases, special
so
diets.
those with
special
diets.
Okay,
sure,
right. Thank you very much.
Special. Okay, thank you.
Good evening.
Yes, sir.
My name is Peter Adata Wekefetre. There's an issue we want serious clarification to. Last Sunday, we had information that 2 Nigerians were in the police station, which were eventually diagnosed to be COVID positive. They have stayed in the police station for 8 days. They were sent to the Greater Accra Regional Hospital the day they were found on the checkpoint as illegal immigrants. And after taking the sample at Ridge Hospital, they declined custody of them, and the police took them Saturday before the result came. And after that, all attempts to get the COVID rescue team to go for them have failed. We started on Sunday evening. Yesterday, around 10 o'clock, they went for the 2 guys from the police station, sent them to Gai's Hospital, fumigated the police station. Then in the evening, they brought them back. The hospital said they cannot keep the people there. We want to know if it is a crime for policemen on duty to identify something that we are all fighting, and then they will now stand the risk of what they are helping us to stop. We want to understand why the police station, which is not a quarantine center, will be used as a team zone for a COVID victim.
So your question is, how do we mitigate such risks?
Yeah. No, we want to understand the whole scenario of this thing, why they should abandon the patient on the police.
I've heard your question. Yes, sir.
My name is Godfrey Turner with TV3. I want to find out, we all know and we've been told that there's no vaccine for COVID-19. And at the beginning we heard that some people have been killed and discharged because after testing them twice, they've been discharged.
Yeah.
We want to find out what we are doing differently that is making this possible. And then if taking into measure some medicine that is not known now. And I also want to find out the collaboration the government is having with the traditional medicine practitioners, that there's any collaboration at all to make sure that they also come out with something to help fight the COVID-19. And lastly, my question, I don't know from the police whether it's appropriate to tell us how the is done. Because
how the what is done?
I mean the COVID operation is done along the roads. You know, that some roads have been blocked, and they're trying to prevent people from moving into town. And we realize there's heavy traffic in town now. Today when I was coming, I realized that from along the Ofanko Achimota Road, very heavy traffic in front of the Accra Girls, and then my cameraman was also come from the Teshi Bush Road. traffic, heavy traffic. They want to find out how the operation is and how we can also make sure to ease traffic in town. Thank you.
So that one I think is quite clear. They are screening every single vehicle to ensure that everybody has a justification for being out there. I'll take that out of the pool of questions. Let me take another batch of questions, and then I'll come to provide or invite other persons. First set of questions were technology-driven or technology-based. COVID tracker, how safe? How about missions for those who are disabled? There are police persons who still say that they are not getting PPEs. Is that it, Kojo? Who say they are not getting their stipends? Okay. And then those with special dietary needs. And then questions about how we mitigate such risks. For example, the police station that was responsible for holding some persons who were presumed, I think that is the education we've gotten this morning, persons who were presumed to be positive COVID-19 patients at that time. Before, questions about vaccine, cure, and traditional medicine. Yes, sir.
Joseph Akable, I work with Joy News. The first question has to do with parents who either left mandatory quarantine or were refused to be admitted to same. I reported one in the northern region. The person was on the run. I want to find out what's the latest. There was another issue at Fadama where they were trying to take the person into quarantine and the person refused as well. And the second issue has to do with those who have passed on. I want to find out what the government plan is or what the system in place is. The bodies released to the families to process them for funeral. And also the police service with regards to the 161 persons that they have arrested in Accra. I want to find out whether it includes persons who are alleged to have breached the restrictions and party at the beaches during the Easter festivities. If not, how far are they going about those individuals as well? Okay. And the final one will be on a statement from the unemployed allied health professionals. They are threatening that they are going to withdraw their participation as contact tracers because others who are equally unemployed have been given financial runs. I want to find out whether that has come to the attention of the Ghana Health Service and general
unemployed
allied health professionals.
Allied health professionals. Has their issue come to the attention of the Ghana Health Service, and what is their response?
Generally, how we are providing for persons who are to serve as contact tracers.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then I'll take a final one here and then with the responses.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Minister. My name is Bismarck Point Broker General. My question is actually coming from the Eastern region. Now that Eastern region, we have recorded 2 cases. What is the Ministry of Health doing to prevent this virus from spreading? And then the second one goes to the Ministry of Chieftaincy. Actually, Honorable Yanshe, your community and information sentence Nibia, a work women Tama, Optiminia Juma Sisi. And your critical season pie.
I didn't know to mean Juma.
Because of 1 or 2 issues popping up. The best at least
there are 1 or 2 issues, so that we are informed. That's we are dealing with it.
Okay, Memfa baby to say Kufuridia Chishen and example. There was some misunderstanding beyond Kusi 2 sentences and I'm soon to your opinion. I also sent a spreading information at the call as case number 1 as case number 2. In Krobia, Chese Yanshi na Yanti and Nis Hona, Yarway, a Bepim Akonemi, Pint, Mr. Honorable Minister of Information, a year Nanano Machin Kuma Force, Monshena Mumbua, the Mumbi Sa Information Sentence.
Into any request,
Thank you very much.
Your question, a request. Into Ministry of Health, containing spread in the Eastern region. And only question, you better respond. Honorable Minister, let me start with your set of questions. While Ghana Health Service is preparing to respond to theirs as well. Honorable Minister.
The question was how safe is that because of the permissions that the app requires before you can download it. Those permissions are the standard permissions that many of these web links and platforms would require from any app. So maybe the answer would be it's as safe as WhatsApp or Facebook or Instagram or Twitter, because you would see that the permissions are the normal standard permissions that anyone would require. And the same protocols are being used. Strict data protection guidelines have been issued and are being used. As I indicated, the only information that we need are the systems, locations, and the numbers so that the Ghana service can know exactly where the issues, hotspots are, and zero in on them. Thank you.
Minister, thank you. Since this incident, the two Nigerians, we have been working with the Ghana Police Service to ensure that if any persons are picked up as part of normal security operations who are also suspected to be persons who are presumed to be persons who may be positive for COVID-19, first of all, the necessary PPEs as is being made available to the police officers. We know it's not enough. We are doing our best to get a law out there. But first of all, they ensure that they use those, and secondly, that they are not mixed up with the general population. And thirdly, when it's necessary, that the ambulance service would evacuate them to an isolation unit for treatment. That is also observed. But as part of that incident specific, the necessary data being gathered to ensure that the persons who handle that particular matter are also self-isolated and tested and protected has also been triggered. So that's a quick one to our colleague from TV Africa. There's no vaccine, yes, so how are people getting cured? And I think you have to take time to explain what is a vaccine and how do people get it, how the immune system kicks in, etc. Because I think sometimes people think that they're a vaccine to cure people, so you have to help us with that one. And then your collaboration with traditional medicine. You may also want to talk about persons on the run, the one person from Tamale on the run, and then another person from Fadama who is being sought, who has not been found as has been reported in the media. So, Dr. Baji, please join me. By the way, Ghana Ambulance makes me understand that Puma Energy has donated a lot of fuel for the ambulances that are doing all the pickups and are doing all the runs. 223,000 Ghana cedis worth of fuel, and they would like to acknowledge. Apart from that one, they will be happy to take some more.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think generally, yes, vaccines are meant to provide prevention so that you get a vaccine and then you don't get you are immune to get a disease. What we are doing here, now there's no vaccine. What we are doing, we have treatment protocols that takes care of those who are mild. We have symptomatic treatment. We have those who have low abdomen, respiratory illness, those who are moderate, those who are severe, all the way to those who have to be on the ICU ventilator. So basically, that's why we have grouped them in that group and are treating them. We also provide the very necessary things like feeding and providing them with appropriate environment that encourages them to get well. Those who have an look environment in their homes are also encouraged at home, and staff go to see them routinely. So, but I also believe that a lot of the people have come early. Our search in the contact tracing have allowed us to pick them early before they develop serious disease, and that's why it is helping us get the results we are getting. And we intend to do that and do teleconferencing with other centers across the country so that they can also learn from the best practices that is happening in the other sites in the country. Traditional, yes, we are collaborating with the traditional health providers, and as usual, as we've mentioned here, if you have any medication, it has to go through the appropriate protocols of testing to be sure that it is safe, it's not toxic, and it can cure what you claim to cure. And we are ready to work with all of them to ensure that we go through that process through FDA and other agencies, and those medicines will be available. There was a question on burial. We still are providing supervised burial, which means that the body is not going to be handled, or you will not be allowed to handle the body, but we encourage you, work with you so that you don't expose, nobody is exposed to the body until its burial. So that's what we do, supervised burial. Eastern region has recorded 32 cases, yes. The same protocol, as soon as we pick a case, we do a listing of contacts We follow all contacts, identify and isolate them. As we speak now, a significant number, I will not be able to, because the numbers keep changing by day, are currently in isolation. Some are, as I mentioned, at Tua Government Hospital. Some are also in Kufuria. Some have been put in hotels of the place that they are in, to ensure that we prevent further spread and contain it. That's exactly what we are doing in Kufuria. And then the team, the national team and the regional team are involved in making sure these cases are. See, we have them in various districts. Let them stretch into our Greater Accra because of the contacts. And so we have Greater Accra and East Region and National collaborating to contain the condition. Honorable Minister, I think those are the questions, unless I've missed any one of them. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, currently there has not been any formal petition on my table. I'm sure there are many other workers who are also waiting to be employed. And during the contact tracing, we work with the associations. They nominated people we train to participate in the exercise. And just like all contact tracers, they are paid a daily wage for their meals, etc. And that's what we treat all, including the community health nurses, the field epidemiologists, and the lab technologists who are attached to the team to take samples. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. ACP, please join us. 161 arrests. Does it include some of the revelers in Accra, and what is being done about some of those who breached in Accra?
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Accra has 161 cases, 68 are under investigation, 88 on bail, and a number of them are in court. So today I know that some of them have been adjourned for case management conference to take place. So we have people who were engaged in parties, in weddings, and other activities, for example, moving from their homes to other areas are definitely not within their local areas, engaging in activities which are not prescribed this exemption. So all of those people have been arrested, and as I mentioned in my brief, their investigations are ongoing. They are on bail because we obviously can't keep people in our cells and potentially contaminate people in the cells. The thing is, existing inmates or people who were in the cells prior to this disease outbreak have either been granted bail or been advised to engage in social distance. So cells are being decongested, and numbers that are in those cells are not as many as to potentially have the disease spreading within the cells. So all the other cases that you have mentioned, somebody mentioned TV3, did you say about the beaches? Yes. So any arrest that has been made will definitely be investigated and definitely be put before court. So anybody found violating the act or violating the Imposition of Restrictions Act will definitely be dealt with according to law. They are on bail because we can't, as I said, keep them in our custody to potentially spread the disease, that is, anybody has it or not. But I want to assure you that any person found violating this law is definitely going to be dealt with according to law. Thank you.
Thank you, ACP. We'll take a final batch of questions and then we'll wrap up. A final batch of questions and then we'll wrap up. There was a question about learning support for persons with disabilities. I'm informed by the Minister for Communications that we'll quickly need to check from the Ministry of Education that has developed the content so that they can advise us on an appropriate response to that one. So we'll take that under advisement. Final batch of questions. If they are none, go to the platform and let's quickly wrap up. Oh, you have a question? Okay. So while they adjust the microphone, let me take the questions on the platform while they adjust the microphone. Yes, sir. Quickly. Quickly, sir. Yeah. And the question is, what is government doing?
Secondly, there's also a call by the GJA to government to assist the media with PPEs as part of Flyers in the fight against COVID-19. What is government's take on this?
Okay.
And finally, on something that happened yesterday, so there's a particular question on what does government make of politicians spreading misinformation on social media? An example is given that, for instance, yesterday there was a figure that was being circulated as the case numbers. What is government doing about this?
Okay. Earlier there were some questions from CTF as well.
Yes.
Ms. Avle sent some questions. What were they?
Let me read that to you. So there's a question asking for more details on the community transmissions. So what is the total number and percentage of community transmissions?
Okay.
And then there's also a question on providing more clarity on the protocol using to determine recovery.
Recovery.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, madam. You have the final word.
Thank you. Mine is complaint to the police. GBC branded vehicles, finding it so difficult at checkpoints. We get there, they ask us, especially in the afternoon, where are you going to? We are going to pick staff to come to work. They answer so many questions, and times they even ask them to go back. An incident happened at Abekan La Paz yesterday, Las Palmas restaurant. The driver was going to pick staff to work, and he was asked so many questions. After answering, they still asked him to go back. So the police, please, you need to understand our nature of work and help us out.
Thank you. Thank you. So, ACP, you may want to refer that to your men and women out there on the media is an exempt category. We've asked media persons to carry IDs, and colleagues, hope you are also carrying your IDs. That makes it easier for them. Because the mere fact you are in a vehicle with a sticker on it does not mean that you will be let through. They will have to go through the processes of asking the necessary questions to show that it's not just anybody who's put a branding on some vehicle seeking go through. So please also understand that they do their work, but ACP, you may want to have a word with your colleagues that we have to give media priority so that they do the work like they are doing for us here today. We apologize for that, and we ask the police to step up. Negative test pursuant to treatment. Community transmission, the data is website splitting between those with a travel history and those with no travel history. Misinformation on social media. I think with the view very clearly that first they constitute offenses, and we're asking the investigative bodies to investigate and bring people to book for such acts. You'll find some of those Facebook walls openly. We should be able to pick up persons and have them prosecuted. Because there are laws in this country that go against that. But listen, also to politicians, those in the ruling party, those in opposition, who think that this is a good time for misinforming the public for parochial political gain. You are being plain responsible. This is the time when we need to spread facts and knowledge to people so that they can protect themselves. So if you think that this is a good time to fabricate things and throw them out there, parochial political gain, so that what? You will stay in power or win power, and by the time all the people are dead, who are you going to govern? It's plainly irresponsible. Now is not the time. Let's finish with this national battle, and we can get back to some very decent politics as a country. I think simply that's what we'll say. GJ requests that media should be included in the PPE distribution. We'll quickly take it to advisement. Dr. Abaje, these are also frontline workers. We have to include because once you say frontline, you get issues. Yes, but I'm sure you get the context. So let us explore how, even in the limited quantities, we can provide for our colleagues. And neighborhoods, I'm sorry, the first question about neighborhoods. Neighborhoods that are protesting and not allowing isolation centers to be put up. What is government doing? We're working with the Ministry of Chieftaincy, as has been outlined, to some deeper engagement so that there's deeper understanding can all these isolation centers. In fact, when we have isolation centers, it actually protects the neighborhood so that when somebody is presumed positive, we isolate that person in that center, and that person doesn't get to spread it within that community. It is even in your own interest for us to have an isolation center there to isolate persons test them, and treat them so that we don't put you at risk. But working through the Ministry of Chieftaincy, Minister, we're very grateful for your report. We should be able to deepen that collaboration. We are going to wrap at this point. Could you have something very final? We have to wrap up.
My question on the emergency number 112 and then 31. I think Dr. Zakaria is here. He can tell us what arrangements are there for persons with disabilities.
Yeah, but they don't handle the lines. The feedback is given to them. So let me take it, and then let me get those who run the technology to give us feedback. So Kojo, we have two outstanding questions from you, which hopefully we should be able to respond to. Ladies and gentlemen, we've run out of time. Leave it here. I want to thank all the dignitaries and members of the committees who've been with us this morning, and later in the week we'll give you a final update. Stay at home, stop the spread, stay safe, spread facts and calm, not panic and fake news, and let's win this together. Thank you. My sincere apologies. Honorable Minister, you are here with us. We will ask you to join us to receive a number of donations before you take leave of us. My sincere apologies. Ministers, please stay with me. The Association of Ghana Industries is here. Mr. President, please forgive me. Join me. GI has a donation. We have a number of donations, so I'll ask all the donors to be very quick with your comments. AGI, please inform us what you have to support the relief fund.
Right now, it's not just AGI, but we have some of our members who basically are going to also give donation as their own companies. We have Diamond Cement Group here. We have B5 Plus. We have Coco King. If their CEOs are here, please can you me now with the AGI before we just do all that together.
Just so we want to observe social distancing.
All right.
Let's do the AGI first, and then we invite them one after the other.
All right. We all know that we are in this world together, and as for industrial sector, definitely whatever we have to do, we definitely need to produce things.
So there you have it. We've heard from the Minister of Information, we've heard from Minister of Communication, we've heard from the Ghana Health Service, we've heard from our security agencies, and I think we're all relieved that we officially have 17 recovered cases.
Yeah. I think it's a huge sigh of relief.
Yeah.
The recoveries are now coming in. From now on, we're going to be hearing, increasing numbers of recovered people. The interesting thing for me is not just the 17, but off the back of that, we have 66 other people who have actually tested negative on their first test.
Yeah.
But viewers need to be reminded that the protocol is for you to do 2 negative tests. So the first negative test has happened. Basically, all the 83 people have done their first negative test and passed. Okay, come up with the first negative test. And then there's 17 have gone a second negative test, which puts them in the category of fully recovered. Now, in the recovering zone as the rest of the 66 who are yet to do their second negative test, and then once that comes out positive, they will all be added to the recovered group. So it's good news all around. The government seems to be on top of the issues. The Minister of Information started out by giving us, the 5 pillars of the COVID response team and the way his approach to what they're doing. And it looks like on all the different aspects that they're taking care of, they are actually, on their game, and it's quite impressive to see what is happening. I'm particularly
Definitely. And I'll go through the 5 pillars briefly. So the first one is limit and stop the importation of the virus, which we've done with closing our borders and extending that 2-week deadline the President told us last week. Containing its spread, right? We've done that by also making sure that we are at home for an extra 1 week. And part of that is also the COVID-19 tracker app that the Communications Ministry came to talk to us about. The Vice President launched it yesterday. So all of that going into communities like Ayawaso West Wogon that have been identified as a hotspot, setting up centers in the regions to ensure that if someone is positive in a certain region, they don't have to come to Accra or Kumasi to be tested is a way the government is actively participating in containing the spread. The third one is to provide adequate care for the sick. And the information minister told us that part of the reason why we are recovering is because of early detection. And if we stigmatize people, they will hide, and then it will be very difficult to treat them early on. So it's very important for all of us to participate in this third point by not stigmatizing people. If you hear that there's an isolation center in your area, that's not the time to go out and complain that, people are going to spread coronavirus. That's the time to actually practice more emotional intelligence so that we can all care for the people who are positive, and hopefully they will all end up negative in the days or weeks to come. The fourth pillar was limit the impact of the virus on social and economic life, right? So we've done that by providing food to some 400,000 people, but the information minister also did warn that in the process of helping the less privileged, we shouldn't do it in a manner that's inhumane. We shouldn't do it in a way that they end up fighting and spreading the virus amongst themselves. So you can still practice social distancing while you are helping to at least, relieve people of the economic burdens that coronavirus has come with. And finally, inspire the expansion of our domestic capability and deepen our self-reliance. So we're trying our best. The app is very locally relevant. We're asking people to actively participate in analyzing themselves, whatever symptoms they may have. Report it so that it's easy for us to engage. If you feel as though you have some symptoms, don't go to the hospitals. Stay at home, a health professional will come to you. The ambulance service are asking for more PPEs. These are things that are maybe very unique and relevant to our realities, but we can all get on board and participate to ensure that we've achieved all 5 pillars. And I think it's important for all of us to consistently keep that in mind.
Yeah. After that, Dr. Patrick Abuaje came to tell us some pretty impressive stats, as far as the Ghana Health Service is concerned and what you're doing with the test. So 37,954 people have been tested, and out of that, we have the 566 confirmed cases of COVID-19. Now, Ghana actually has the highest number of tests in terms of the continent of Africa, followed by South Africa, actually. So the way the calculation is done is that we're looking at 1,265 tests per every million people. So if you look at the population of the country, right? So you look at every million people, how many tests are being done? So we have 37,954, but we have 30 million people. South Africa has a significantly larger number of people in their country, and so per the tests that they've done about 80,000 tests. They are doing about 1,161 per million people, and where we are number 1 in Africa in terms of the tests that we are doing. That places us as number 14 in the entire world. So all the bashing of government and bashing of our health service and so on and so forth, it's completely unwarranted, in the sense that yes, we do want to see more done. We do want to see us up there, but I think it's important to also put out the information that a lot is being done, and we are actually not doing badly at all. Even on a global scale, we are not doing badly at all. So I think it's important to bear that in mind, and that the approach that has been taken so far is giving us good results, and we are actually the shining star of Africa as far as leading the way in the COVID-19 fight.
Yeah. Definitely. And ACP Lydia Donko also came to talk to us about the few people who are not complying with the directives by the government, right? So some 406 people have been arrested across the country. 106 of them are in police custody. And if you do not obey what the authorities tell you, you may have to pay between 12,000 Ghana cedis to 60,000 Ghana cedis. So it's really important to stay at home. Don't go outside. You have no business being outside. Don't throw parties. Not only may you, stand the threat of facing jail time, but you may actually have to pay some fines. So it's important for all of us to do the best we can. And the reason why we are not recording as much deaths as other countries is because we've all stayed ahead of the curve. We've all complied. We've all done what we're supposed to do. We didn't make light of this situation. We didn't go partying. We didn't go disobeying the authority. We actually did what we were supposed to do. So it's important for all of us to get on board and do what we can to ensure that the coronavirus is something of the past. And I think we can get through it.
Yeah, as part of the education, the spread of education to make it go as far as possible, Mr. Kofi Jebesi, who is the Minister for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, says that they are also speaking to the chiefs, because you know how our society is structured, and the chiefs need to be part of the COVID fight, the COVID-19 fight. It is very, very critical, and so they are doing that, and they have 8 languages now that all the information, the advocacy, advisories, and everything else are put into 8 different languages, local languages, that are being spread all across. And of course, I would like to also say that we here at Citi are also have actually embarked on this a few days ago, began a campaign in the local communities all around Accra, different localities in 4 major languages around the city of Accra. So we're doing Ga, Hausa, Ewe, and Entry in different communities, and every day is making sure that people are sensitized, conscientized, made aware of the details and the dangers that are involved with COVID-19. So basically the Chieftaincy Ministry and Ministry of Information are doing all that they can to spread this across the country as well. So 8 different languages across the country are being used to disseminate the information further afield.
Definitely, and still, if you have any comments or questions relating to what you've just heard from the Information Minister, the Communications Minister, our security officials, as well as Ghana Health Service, let us hear them with the hashtag Citi Newsroom. And if you want to reach us directly, the WhatsApp line is 0550-585-832. If you're outside Ghana, the country code is +233. We've received some of your messages, so I'll read them briefly. Viewer says, please, I want to propose something about the sharing of food. They should group them with the leaders and give number and time for food. So instead of just going into the communities and throwing food about, actually give people, actually engage the leaders of the communities, give them a specific time you'll be around, perhaps give people their numbers so that they know if I'm number 1, I'm in front of the line. I think that's a really great suggestion. Dear Citi team, please, there's a suspected case of COVID-19 in a friend's neighborhood. They have tried the hotline without access. This is in Sawam Road, name of place. Okay, so they go on to say actually the storekeeper who had the symptoms of COVID-19 and still continues to sell, putting everybody at risk. So every single person, what we learned from some of the health professionals is everyone is a potential COVID-19 case. Until the tests have actually come out to say the person is positive, we should all desist from, labeling people positive because we think they are positive. That's how we all contribute to the stigma that will end up driving people away. They won't see the health professionals and they will spread the disease. So if you think that the person is a potential COVID-19 case, perhaps just call the authorities or call the emergency number and report it to them. Or this is an opportunity for you to engage them in the app, so they can use the app, answer the questions, so they will even know for themselves that they may be positive. But this isn't the time to actually demonize people or make them feel bad for getting coronavirus, because it can happen to any one of us. So we should really practice a lot of empathy at this moment. Yeah,
and so regarding the issue of stigmatization, also Dr. Amma Edwin spoke about building trust in our health institutions. If people are able to, they know that if I call, it will go through, number one. If I call, there'll be somebody on the other end who will be able to speak to me as a person should be spoken to, and be given the correct information and advice and so on and so forth. Then people can trust and rely on those mechanisms that are put into place. And also spoke about the effectiveness of preventive measures. So she talked about the importance of wearing a face mask, particularly when you're out of your home and engaging other people, wearing the face mask, washing of your hands regularly, desisting from touching your face, because all of us, we grow up with these habits, and it's easy to just put your hand in your face without realizing that just before you touch your face, you open the door, and you have no idea what is on that door handle. So it's important. She spoke about that. She also referred to hero campaigns, celebrating those people who have actually recovered, who can tell the story and say, look, it wasn't like a near-death experience, it wasn't anything like that, and here I am, I'm perfectly okay now. So hero campaigns, I think, is a very important one there. And then she talked about ethical journalism. I think that's a very important thing. Different people have mentioned that at different points. Some of the questions that came to the Honorable Minister as well of Information was about this whole thing, with something that is referred to as disinformation, where people deliberately create wrong information and start to spread it, and they will even sign off, names of eminent persons as being the ones behind some of the information. It's very dangerous. Also ACP Donko mentioned that if anybody is caught in that act of doing those things, they will be prosecuted in the law court. So I think it's important. And anybody, if you know somebody who's fabricating information and spreading, you need to report them. Because if you don't report them, then you are also aiding and abetting in crimes. Because it's actually a criminal act. As the Minister of Information was reading from the Act, I think it was Act 751. I'm not sure if I got that right, but he was reading from the Act, and it's actually a criminal act. So if you found aiding and abetting or actually instigating those things, you can be prosecuted. So it's important to remember.
Yes, and as it stands now, we've tested some 37,944 people. 566 of those tests came out positive. In the Greater Accra region, the number is 452. In the Ashanti region is 49. In the Eastern region is 32. In the Northern region, 10. Volta region, 9. Upper West, 7. Upper East, 4. Northeast 1, Western 1, Central 1. A lot of people were worried about hospitals that will be dealing with coronavirus cases and saying that we need hospitals in all 10 regions, and it's a relief that we finally have hospitals in almost all these regions that will be dealing with COVID-19 cases. So we have one. We have a hospital in Ga East, settling the issue, Tama Center, we have UGMC, we have 37 Military Hospital, we have Ridge Hospital, Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital, Kumasi South, Bekwai, Obuasi, Volta Region Hospital, Eastern Beguro Achua Hospital, Wa Regional Hospital, and Bolga. So we are staying on top of this. If you happen to be in a different region from Accra and you are positive, you know that at least there is a hospital in your specific region that will take care of you. Health professionals are getting all the PPEs they need, but it is important for all of us to go out the minute we know we are positive. There's no need lying to the health officials, because if you are transparent about your symptoms, then the early detection can happen. And 17 people have gone home now. We have 8 deaths, but if you look at the totality of it, we've actually done better than most countries, and if we keep at this, we'll be just fine.
Yeah. Well, Jifa, I think that my final words for this morning would be basically the whole issue of rumors and spreading of false stories and all of that. I think people should just desist from that.
Yeah.
It's so important. And if you have your own theories about whatever, conspiracy theories about whatever, keep them to yourself, for goodness sake. It's a serious situation. This is not a joke. We're in a serious situation. These are serious times. So it's important for us to make sure that the right information goes out there. Everybody should put their shoulder to the wheel, and let's all help fight this and win this.
Definitely. And don't forget that here at Citi, we're doing our best so all all the information about coronavirus you can find at www.citinewsroom.com/coronavirus. And at 3 p.m. we have our special COVID-19 coverage for you, where we really get in depth about all the issues relating to coronavirus, so you have the right information and then can spread it to the people that you love.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for staying with us this morning. This has been an extended version of Breakfast Daily with us. My name is David Kwekusechi.
And I am Jifa Ekwia Amatam. Stay safe. We'll see you same time tomorrow. Goodbye.